Hello guys, welcome to the second round of the European Club Cup. We are here in sunny Vrnjacka, Banja, and we are very excited for our today's content.
Yeah, yesterday was a shocking day for Super Chess because Prague has lost his game. You could see first-hand experience from his opponent. Francois really played a fantastic game. And yeah, deservingly carrying this big trophy of winning against the player 27-50. Huge achievement. Maybe it's a moment that we immediately go to the playing hall. I see that Gukesh is sitting at his board as well as Abdusatorov. They're adjusting their pieces.
Yes, today we see that Abdusatorov is back in the team, or let's say it's his debut in this year's European Club Cup. Since yesterday we had Prague on board number 2, but since Super Chess won and Prague unfortunately lost on second board, today we have Abdusatorov on board number 2. They're playing a solid but still, I would say, warming up match compared to the women's section, but we'll get back to that in a moment. Let's just briefly say that basically all of the teams managed to get their team wins. We had very few wins with 6-0 on the first boards, especially we had only Typhoon from Ljubljana winning with the maximum result, whereas the other teams managed to get their wins with 5-1 or 5.5-0, most of them. So smooth day, I would say, for...
Yeah, first, of course, goal is to win a match because you are getting those 2 match points, of course, to heat up a bit, and for team atmosphere, it's quite useful to win as much as you can. Prague is playing today, which shows that he is ready to recover. Abdusatorov was resting first day. Just to remind our viewers that there were few events before this European Club Cup. Abdusatorov was playing first in Global Chess League in London, then VRC, and Prague as well. So they might be tired, but of course they are young enough to still play so many games. So Super Chess, of course, is the main favorite here, but we can check also other matches. So Prague is still missing. Abdusatorov is drinking his water. Gukesh concentrating, so let's switch to another camera. we have Ergaisi, who is sitting at the first board.
For alkaloid, yes.
Yes.
Playing versus Haring Philip. Then on board number 2, which
Wei is missing.
but yeah. On third board, alkaloid has Yu Yang-ji as their representative, playing versus Jablonitsky Martin. And
Aravind is on the fourth board.
Aravind, yeah,
behind Yu Yang-ji. I like how Arjun is concentrating. Yesterday was sort of roller coaster game, which I think was very interesting, and a lot of viewers and our subscribers has mentioned it in our chat. Guys don't execute fantastic stuff and winning in the end.
The moment of the start of the round.
Yeah, let's go back to the first match to see how Gukesh is starting his move. Okay, we have c4, e5. It's English defense or opening. Then we have g3 played. Let's switch to another camera. g5. Trompovsky attack. Cool to see. So let's move on.
Would you expect to see Trompovsky on such a high level?
Okay, these days it's possible to see everything. In early rounds, they are sometimes just trying to play something which will maybe take some time for their future opponents to check it, and of course you can afford to play in first rounds against weaker opponents. You can play maybe some lines which are not your favorite, but maybe to make some kind of disguise for your future opponents. We can see here that Vidit or Novibor, who have like really nice jerseys, and last year they came second, if I'm not mistaken, just right behind Magnus team Offerspiel. Once again, to remind you, they are not present here. It's a pity, but what to do? Maybe it's a moment, Dragana, that we mentioned that today we do expect some guests.
Yes, I am sure that all of you guys will be very pleased to see who our guests will be. But I prefer not to keep this a secret, since this is some huge news. First of all, we will have Mr. Gunnar Björnsson in our studio to talk a little bit about the organization, about ECU. We will be pleased to have him here.
And Icelandic chess, don't forget, yes. It's a huge chess country.
Yeah.
And Iceland is like a memorable spot for all of us, like chess fans.
Yeah, I wanted to keep at least something a secret, but okay. And next, I'm sure not all of the Indian fans, but all of chess fans will be very pleased to see Mr. Anand himself in our studio.
Yeah, Vishy is coming. Yes, I'm so happy to share this info. And yeah, around 5 p.m. I expect our time that he will be here. So guys, be ready. Maybe even if you prepare some questions, we might ask him.
Yes. Yeah. Make sure to have the questions ready, since 5 p.m. he will be here in the studio, but you will see this at 5:15. So if you send us the questions earlier, we might actually prepare something and ask him beforehand so you can get your answers. Make sure to subscribe to the ECU channel so that you can chat in our YouTube chat.
Exactly. So let's go back with cameras. So let's see, what do we have? We also haven't seen. Okay, so Kukesh is happy with his opening outcome. I see Prague now executing some moves. Let's switch to another tables. There. Thinking, no, his opponent is thinking, so his opening choice was probably quite normal and successful. Let's move on to another match here in Vidic's game. It's interesting now that we have in all matches basically first boards are Indian players. 3 matches, 3 Indian players.
Yes.
Yeah. So India is
Indian
starting to dominate.
Powering Europe's chess, yeah. Seems like that.
Okay, so let's switch.
Maybe we can stroll around to women's chess
Yeah.
for a little bit, since, guys, today we have Clash of Titans in women's chess.
Yeah, let's check. Yeah, let's check the
and
first.
We already have such strong pairings. Yesterday was, well, let's say, kind of an easy day for everybody, even though I noticed that we had an upset that we didn't see yesterday. Osma Kulia lost in the first round, so that was the biggest upset in the women's section. But nevertheless, we had the teams managing to get their wins. All of the favorites managed to get a point for their team. So today we already have some very interesting lineups. Board number 1, Sirmium Sremska Mitrovica, Serbian Chess Club, playing versus the Czech de Monte Carlo. In that match, we have on board number 1, Mamadzada Gunay versus Gorjachkina. Then we have Salimova Nurgul playing versus Vaishali, 2 of the women candidates playing the candidates tournament this year. Garifulina Leia playing versus Sara Kadem, and Beidulaeva playing versus Pets.
Yeah, let's check this first board. We have Mamadzada against Gorjachkina. Yeah, Mamadzada can be a really tough opponent. Gorjachkina is black. Of course, if she would be white, she would be pushing. But yeah, it's not clear. As we mentioned yesterday, as a possible pairings, actually, I think we just predicted correctly that they will play against this club. Mamadzada, Salimova, Garifulina, yeah, Beidulaeva, it's actually a very open match.
It's a very, I would say, sharp match, and some top-notch chess, some top-notch women's chess actually on round number 2 already. And then we have on board number 2 Garuda Aika versus Mashaka Center. We have on board number 1 Bibisara versus Tsolakidu.
This is the game to follow for sure. If I'm not mistaken,
sure, yeah.
Kings Indian already played. We will follow this one because here draw probably is, there is no big chance for it. I would, let's say, predicted that possible outcome, decisive outcome is more likely than a draw. So
yeah,
I would love to follow.
Which is what we're rooting for, yeah.
I would love to follow this game.
Then we have Divya on board number 2 playing versus Narvamai, which is what you can see.
Yeah, you
board
can see also behind some players.
Yeah, I'm not wearing my glasses, so I'm trying to see whether it's visible on the camera or not. Kutinashvili Bela playing with white pieces versus Krastava Beloslava, and Zhoka Gal versus Radeva Victoria. All of the players from Mashaka Center are very young. This is another Macedonian team, which I'm very excited about. This year they won the National League, of course. So yeah, I guess that Macedonian fans will be voting for this achievement over here. And as I've mentioned, all of the players are young. Still, we have Zhoka Gal on board number 4, who is a another Hungarian prodigy, I would say. She's almost 2400, and her birth year is 2007.
Okay, let's move on. Do we have something else? I think we do.
Yes, I believe we do have another camera. Match number 3, Gambit Bonvois versus Typhoon from Ljubljana. On the first board, Osmak Julia versus Jagnit Zenana. Will Osmak manage to come back from yesterday's loss? I believe that she is up for the challenge and she will have a very tough opponent today. Not an easy task to do.
Yeah, very interesting matches ahead of us. Maybe it's a moment to just check a bird view, to discuss it a bit. As you could see, guys, this is typical sometimes in open section, in main session. I see Ivan Šarić, Croatian best player, now just taking his seat. Yeah, you could see that in some open or men events that they are more ready to.
We will have a bit quieter, I would say. Okay, it's quiet anyway, but a bit more still playing hall.
Yeah. Okay, Dragana, what do you expect from today's day? Do you think there's a chance that we have another upset similar like yesterday?
Well, it's very hard to predict such a case. Even though we were following closely yesterday's game of Prague, we didn't think that he will lose until the very end. So these kind of moments are very interesting for the viewers, I'm sure, because it's always nice and interesting when the underdog manages to get a point. So this will be the man of the match, the man of the day, the man of the round. I believe this will be one of his favorite tournaments of his life. I would at least remember it that way. But I would be much more interested in women's chess today.
Okay, today there are really tough matches already in women's section, but let's try to find like on top tables, where is the biggest difference in terms of rating. Let's check the pairings. So Gukesh is playing, so the difference is like 300, right?
Yeah.
Abdusattorov even more.
A bit more.
450 almost. Prague 300. So these are the biggest difference. Also in Sidarov's game, 350. Do you see something similar? Arjun, of course, has a really big and high rating, so the difference is huge there over there as well. It's 300, right? A little bit more.
Yeah, we have around 300 on all of the boards, I would say.
Yeah, but in that match, Alkaloid's match, last boards.
Indjic Alexander playing versus Martiška Peter.
The difference is almost 500, which is huge.
So I guess this is the board where we are expecting the easiest win, but you never know.
Yeah, but the difference is the highest. Also in next match, in Czechs team, we have Bartel on the last board having like enjoying like almost 400 rating difference advantage. More or less, that's it.
Yeah, around 300, I would say, some kind of average rating difference in the first board.
Okay, we have more like Turkish Airlines.
Turkish Airlines is playing another Macedonian team, Gambit Asse, or it was previously Asseco. They are boosted up with Romanov Evgeny on the first board, since Romanov switched federations and now he's playing for the Macedonian team. He played this year in Budapest and now he's playing the European Club Cup for the team of Gambit on the first board.
If I'm not mistaken, Evgeny was like world champion in youth categories, and he was fighting with some top players. I'm not sure which generation he is, but he was very strong in youth categories, then become a good grandmaster, playing in Norway a lot, and now he's in North Macedonia representing a national team. I see a huge difference on the last board.
Yes, since a very good friend of mine, Ivana Manova, is playing in the open section, which is one of the peculiarities we've mentioned yesterday about women playing in the open section. This year she is over here. Yesterday she won her first game on board number 5. Today she's playing on board number 6 versus Gurel Edis. So yeah, a huge, huge challenge for her, but I'm definitely rooting to see some fight over there. She has just became WFM, even though she does not have the title over here in chess results, since she won the title on the Budapest Olympiad. So yeah, she's one of the leaders in our chess.
Yeah,
women.
It's interesting. This Turkish Airlines is the team, I would say, not underdogs, but some team which could maybe really surprise, even fighting for the first place, because they're quite strong. As I mentioned, if you have like Gurel on the last board, very great kid player who is just gaining every tournament like 20 points or something like this. He rapidly progressing. If you checked his progress in last, let's say, a year and maybe 2, it's really fabulous. And today, the difference is like 600. So when you have Gurel, and it's interesting, last night I was having a dinner with Ivan Sokolov, then Petar Arnaudov came, and I see here that he's playing against Max Odlov. He should have mentioned this to me, but he looked like so, not worried, so easy going. But today you're playing against tactical machine, so I'm quite curious to see how will he do it. I see my Croatian friends, so Šarić and Brkić playing on second and third board for Typhoon, Slovenian team, Jakubojev, Terša Hajan, Markus, quite a good team as well. Women's section, we mentioned. Is there a huge difference somewhere?
First 3 matches, I don't think so, because we have very tough lineups. Efraimski is playing versus Bashelina, so 2400 versus 21. This is the biggest difference I saw so far, which is in match number 3, Super Chess Club versus Schachgesellschaft Solingen. And basically all of the matches are of very similar strength, I would say.
Yeah, the women's section today is on fire, and we will see really tough games. Maybe it's a moment to check chat. Is there any comment already? We are there.
We have some Indian and some Chinese fans. I'm very glad that we have fans from all over the world, actually, not only European fans, following this championship. And guys, well, of course, we have 3 Indian leaders on boards number 1, so this is very interesting to follow.
Yeah, sure. And today we will have Vishy Anand as well, so you will get first-hand insights about them. Very interesting. Also, not to forget. It's good not to forget that we have also Nihal Sarin here, who is also a very, very strong player. So Indian lineup is quite strong.
Divya playing in the women section, so
Shali and it's
okay. Maybe we can go back to the playing
hall. Let's check the moves. I think we have now already enough, I would say, to comment. Also, we can combine it with camera because it would be for you nice to see Gukesh while I'm checking what's happening. Okay, so basically the concept here, c4, e5, what's happening, white is playing Sicilian, reverse colors, and black is actually trying to avoid some things which you could have it in Sicilian, and the point is here to be flexible and at some stage either to play bishop e7, then queen e8, queen h5. Actually, queen h5, this line is quite promising for black, this is actually the choice usually stronger players are choosing against lower rated opponents. And it's interesting, in this match we were commentating ratings, but that's a quite young team. I think average of that team is around 23 years. So they are quite young, and sometimes rating, then it's not fully showing their strength. Also, super chess is quite young, of course, when you have Prag, Gukesh, Abdusattorov, that you are super young, Sindarov, but also in super chess you have Ivan Sokolov now playing captain, Deak, who is a little bit older, so it's Lupulescu, so they are not so young, but this might be a tricky team because there are players maybe not known in like a wider sense, but they can play quite good chess, so I'm curious.
Underestimating.
Yeah, Bishop e7. It's quite obvious that super chess should win this match, but yeah, it's important to see how much, and will some players suffer draw or defeat even, which sometimes it's disturbing your process in next rounds. Okay, so basically White is playing, as I mentioned, like close Sicilian against close Sicilian. There are two ways. One way is to put the knight on f3 in combination with d3, place a knight to e2. I was opting for a former, but also it's possible to play this way, and then d4 to push, or d3 to be more flexible. Okay, eternal battle, typical structure. Gukesh is having a normal game. Let's switch to another board. How Abdusattorov is doing. So, okay, here we have already defined structure. So Queen's Gambit accepted. These days even MVL added it to his repertoire, although he was like mainly Greenfield player.
Sorry, you mentioned MVL. Was it today his birthday?
Yes. Actually, I congratulate him. His birthday, he was sharing some stories, and yeah, quite a nice guy. Greetings to him, and happy birthday, MVL. Yeah. So unfortunately, we are missing him here, but he was also playing Global Chess League and some other stuff. So yeah, an Olympiad is always exhausting, especially when you are like a first board player and you're trying to carry your team on your shoulders.
No easy games whatsoever.
Yeah, and they were missing Alireza, and yeah, it was not easy in the last round. I think they lost. If they won it, I think around fifth place they will be in the final standings. They lost against Uzbekistan, 3 draws, and last board, I think Lagarde Maxime has lost the game. Okay, so knight f6 e3, b5. This is known. All this is known, and white is slightly better, but sometimes it's a wise choice against super grandmasters, because at least you survived the opening. Okay, let's move on. Dragana, you can follow chat. If you see sometime, you can interrupt me.
I saw a quick question. It was about the tournament format. I guess that these are some new fans that haven't been following us yesterday. So just a quick interruption. We are playing over here 7 rounds, classical time, meaning 19 minutes per game with 30 minutes increment after move number 40 and 30 seconds per move. And it's a team competition, of course. In the open section, we have 6 boards competing, and in the women's section, we have 4 boards per match.
Yeah, some of the games are live. You could follow it, and we have cameras, so we'll try to bring you interesting experience. Also, we will try to bring top players and some players like yesterday who are heroes in that round, so you could get this experience first. Yeah. Okay, as I mentioned, this Dragana, we are doing this commentary a lot, so you know that this is my favorite line, Rouser Sicilian, and I was saying this a lot, that actually it was sort of abandoned. They call this, Yermolinsky called it, who played it in the US a lot. He was saying that this is Kozul suicide variation. Greetings to Zdenko Kozul. it was funny during Olympiad. At some moment, Peter Svidler was commentating Croatia versus Uzbekistan, and Zdenko was on the camera, and Svidler said following words, and actually I was really happy for Zdenko. Said, "This is Zdenko Kozul. Maybe some younger generation don't know him. He is like a legendary player. I remember our games in Rouser. So many times, roller coaster, European teams, 1997. Zdenko was playing fabulous stuff, and so on and so on. So it was really nice way how Peter has done it. So yeah, greetings to him as well. Actually, I saw him now in London and mentioned this. So this is Kozul suicide variation. Why? Because basically you are getting sometimes double pawns in the main.
Talking about the names of the variations yesterday, yeah?
Yeah. You get this, sometimes you're getting these double pawns on f6 and your king stays in center, and it's really tough. Okay, this was some kind of transposition. Usually it goes, Kozul variation goes this way, and then after f5, b4 is this bishop f6, g takes f6. As I said, my favorite line. I was playing this a lot, scoring some very good wins against grandmasters. Kozul as well. Kozul won against Nigel Short, Shirov, and some other stars, and it's really tough to play because it's so complicated. And then later, somehow we sort of not abandoned it, but we were tired of it and started to add something else. Kozul was starting to play Queen B6 line.
To find another suicide.
Yeah, but it's funny, and suddenly some players started to play it. Who was the first one? At my time, players like Nevednici, Yermolinsky, Kozul, and basically that was it. And suddenly some players like Lagarde, like even Caruana played it in the last round when he needed to win in Khanty-Mansiysk candidates against Karyakin. Magnus played it against Vishy. Max Odlo started to play it. Kirill Shevchenko, now the main star of news around the globe. Then some others, and it became like a viable opening choice. You are playing like sharp chess, but some new ideas were added. There was also a very good game played by, I think, Hernandez against Dingley Ren in Olympia. Then it was a draw. And I was very impressed how he handled it with black. By the way, I got an info from Ivan Sokolov that Magnus Carlsen did play this line. You said that you couldn't find.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, so I was not sure, but I said usually my memory is not bad. And Ivan said to me basically without mentioning that Gukesh was copying Magnus' way, and then I said yes.
Okay.
So it sprang my mind for a reason. No. Of course, it's not easy to try to find it now so quickly during the broadcast. But anyway, it's very tough line. I think actually this is the way how Vishy was playing this line with white. So the point is here to at some stage to transfer the knight to d4. Yeah, white is doing that, and usually rook c8 is a bit premature from my point, but it's possible. So now black can usually black castles and then play rook d8. Actually, there was a great win in Budapest. I think Blomqvist from Sweden won against Kirill Shevchenko. There was a great c4 move. You could check this game. If you want, guys. Yeah, c4 at some stage. I played this against Smirnov. I won with black last round European individual. Very important win. He was 26-50 at that time. Similar stuff, but I prefer to castle now in hindsight. Okay, the game to follow. Quite curious how Prague will handle it. Ivan is their captain. Yesterday he played, but he knows a lot about Rouser because of connection with me and Kozul and so on. I'm pretty sure that Sokolovia will follow this game. Especially Prague has lost yesterday, so this game would be his focus. Anything else?
I see the chat is very active, but I think no questions for us. So
yeah, is Carlson playing? No, once again, super Offerspiel. Offerspiel, basically, if I'm not mistaken, or Norwegian means like a sacrificing play, like a gambit style play. So Offerspiel is not playing, although Magnus have played for them in Norwegian league, and they were first. So basically, they qualified, not qualified, but they were like Norwegian champions. Arjan Tari was playing for this team, and some other players. And yeah, he's not around. Of course, if Magnus would be here with Gukesh and some other, that would be like...
That would be a real spectacle, but still, we are having some other very, very good players. As we mentioned, we have a lot of Indians who are leading their teams. So yeah, I still think that we have some very interesting tests over here.
I agree. Let's move on. Let's check what do we have next. Then we have, they are playing Trompovsky. So my bad. I thought he would go for London opening, but now he's playing this line. This is known. Queen a5 is the main move, but knight f6 is also viable. The idea is to force c3 and then to retreat. And sometimes white is actually going for a Benoni style position, because c5 is the main reaction. Of course, also is possible to play d5. And here bishop h4 is also a possible move. So bishop f4, c5, f3. As I mentioned, there are several. I've noticed that for last 1 year, maybe a year and a half, that somehow he is not fighting in the main lines. So he's not checking opponent's prep. Before he was playing like top-notch theory, all the main lines, but somehow these days he's mixing, playing without opening advantage with white, which is a bit strange, and sometimes with black. He even just plays some super solid line, not heading to huge, massive complications. I think he has changed his openings and playing style in general.
Yeah, and it is still very exhausting to keep up with all the latest theory, and especially nowadays with computers and with all the cloud engines, you can find new things, new ideas, which are not usual for some, let's say, normal kind of chess. Is something that you would think is dubious previously suddenly becomes a very interesting idea, because computers and engines manage to find new ideas very quickly. So yeah.
Yeah, actually, this is the reason Magnus has said that, for example, World Championship match has took 1 year of his life. It's on each World Championship match. Really, as you mentioned, you need to fight hard to memorize all those lines, and you're hiring so many people to dig for you, and suddenly they are providing you infos and updating each week, each day. I remember how Kramnik has said at one stage, he said that during the World Championship match preparation before, I think, his match against Peter Leko, that he said that, okay, that's it. Now stop sending me any analysis, any lines. That's it. I don't want to hear we have a hole there, we have something to brush right? There. It's like perpetuum mobile. So enough. Yeah, basically you cannot handle all those lines to memorize and so on. As I said, there were some stories that Magnus is running on a track and then memorizing lines and so on, because it's so hard these days to follow all those lines in theory. But yeah, you can switch maybe to different approach, the way how Magnus plays now, avoiding all those lines which are really, really hard to follow. Maybe that's a question we could ask Vishy.
Yes. keep it in the notes.
Yeah. Okay, so here we have Sicilian. Jordan is playing e6, and usually after e6, white can mix b3, g3, c3, even something else. After e6, when black has committed himself, then some lines are a little bit more advantageous than in different setups. Of course, even e5 is possible, heading for advanced French, because d4 is also a very complicated move. But ed is the main line. Knight a3, all this is known. Usually white likes to play this type of position when the bishop is not out. If the bishop is out, then there is no serious advantage, but this way white still can fight for the opening advantage. But it seems that black is having quite a normal position. Now main question is, will black go for it and take on d4, heading for isolated pawn, or just wait forever to have this line? Okay, let's switch to other things. We have Sindarov. Okay, that's already a mess. King's Indian, e3, c5, okay, b6. This is sideline, so b6, d5, b5, cb, a6. Okay, this is strange how black plays, but the rating difference is really huge. So I'm not surprised that black is already probably busted, because white has like dreamed version of Benoni. Knight will come to d2. Okay, let's check how Arjun is doing. As I mentioned yesterday, it was a roller coaster game. Today I met Bogdanovsky, their coach. I am from North Macedonia, who is a captain. Sorry, my bad, GM. Yeah. GM from North Macedonia, who is a captain here. And he said, I was so worried. I was so worried about Arjun's game, for a reason, because actually he had a lousy King's Indian attack. But suddenly, I don't know, I was watching body language of Arjun, and he keeps, some composure, So, maybe they know something I don't know. So, and how the game ended up, it was really crazy, although Arjun was at some stage a little bit nervous, so yeah.
And I see some questions. The chat was requesting Arjun's game, but of course we would have come up to it anyways. Is the tournament rated? Yes, of course it is rated, and the guys are wondering about him crossing 2800, and somebody saw on live 2700 website that he's in minus. Yes, of course he won yesterday plus 0.8 points if I'm not mistaken, but he had minus from previously, that's why he's still in minus. Just to make sure that everything is okay, this is rated, and you will have the information if he crosses 2800 over here.
Okay, Dragana, let's play a game. Can you name how many people have crossed 2800?
Okay, well, I think 5, maybe?
Okay, let's try to name them. Let's try to do it together.
Okay, we have Carson, obviously.
Yes.
Yes. Then we have
Kasparov.
Kasparov.
Yes.
Okay, my mind's free.
Caruana. Yes, I think even Nakamura has crossed 2800.
Yep.
Then we have Aronian. I think
he was at some point, I think.
28. Even I think that Mamedyarov at some point was 2800. MVL, even if I'm not mistaken.
Okay, I need to double check.
Anand. Anand.
Sure, yeah.
Okay, so we are already on like 7 persons. Who else could have crossed 2800? Kramnik, I would say. Kramnik, whom else? Topalov, yes, I would say yes.
At some point, yeah.
Yeah, so I would guess that, yeah, 8, 9 people.
Okay. All right, bad at this, but we got there.
Yeah.
I will check it up.
Yeah. Okay, so let's check Arjun's game. Okay, normal position. Then maybe you have already, you can check it later, or already you have it somewhere in Wikipedia or around. Wei Yi having a normal position, not something to focus a lot. Okay, here it's cool because we have Albin counters gambit, which is 97. This was played, if I'm not mistaken, by Magnus, and I was actually dealing with this move in my YouTube channel where I stream some games. So knight e7, it's some sideline these days.
I found information. I'm sorry for interrupting. Okay. So 14, I'm way off.
Yeah, Firuza, of course, the youngest to cross. I forgot about him.
Forgot this
I was in Slovenia when he played for European teams. I was a commentator. He was doing fantastic job.
He was in your studio once he crossed 2800, right?
Okay, so
we have Carlsen, of course, Kasparov, Caruana, Aronian, Vesely. So I forgot about him. Shak Mamedyarov, 2820 peak rating, MVL, Anand, Kramnik, Topalov, 2816. Actually, Nakamura, Ding Liren, of course.
Yes, of course, about Ding.
World champion,
yeah,
right?
Okay, Grishchuk, I wouldn't be sure, but yeah, good job for
and Firuza,
yeah.
These are the 14 guys.
And now them very close, Arjun. I know that someone were on 2790. Morozevich was close, Rajabov,
Giri,
Nepo
is here,
yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so here White probably knows what is the best cure in this position. Okay, how is Aravind doing? We have another Sicilian, this time with queen d3. Sometimes this queen can be really useful here. Narayanan, if I'm not mistaken, he was a team captain maybe in some events of India, or a coach. I don't know. We can maybe also check. Was he a captain in Budapest of Indian team? Maybe viewers could help me. Yeah, it looks already very promising for White. Then we have Injic. As we mentioned, the biggest highest.
You're right, he was the captain, yes.
Yes.
Yep.
Okay. Glad that you confirmed. Sometimes my memory. Yeah, okay. Injic is trying to change his structure, trying to get some attacking chances. Here with it, okay, this is also a very popular line in this Catalan. Okay, what else? Where else to go? Kamer having a normal position. Navarra, okay, that's quite common, this g5 and to take on e5. I think that was played in Magnus' game against Pavel Elyanov, some similar position where Pavel has sacrificed the pawn with g5, this knight e5, and then trying to play for the initiative. Whom else? Okay, not easy to focus. How is Shak doing? Okay, normal position at the moment. Abbasov as well. Okay, maybe it's a moment that we stroll around with cameras, full screen, in open section, and then we can switch to women's section. So let's check. Gukesh. Yeah, Gukesh is always focused in similar manner.
No surprises over there, huh?
Yeah, somehow Vidit is expressing his emotions, I would say.
A little bit more.
Yeah, more than others.
But Gukesh and Arjun, very poker faces, I would say.
Okay, let's switch to another Abdusattorov is thinking, because he needs also to find something. Okay, let's check the
He looks very calm.
Yeah, his opponent
Not
is
worried
thinking.
at all, yes. Checking maybe the games of his teammates.
Yeah, but when you're not at the podium, then yeah, a lot of people around. It's easy to lose the focus. So
Yeah, guys, let's repeat once more that both of the first matches from the Open and the women's section are on the podium. So they're kind of, let's say, out of, not out of the playing hall, they're still in the playing hall, but out of all of this mess of spectators and another players walking around and having a bit better conditions, I would say.
yeah, let's check the next match. Vidit is walking, David is checking his game. Okay, not much is happening. Okay, let's switch to women's section. Let's check the games. What do we have? As we mentioned, it will be a very complicated match today at the first boards. So Goryachkina against Mamadzada. At the moment they are playing something which is a little bit sideline, bishop d3, although these days bishop d3 is possible to play even against neither. Knight c6, dt6, dc6. bc6 would be also viable option, but d takes c6. Usually if you can play d takes c6 and you are not worse, then it's safer option, because you have clear symmetrical strategy. Okay, now we have like position which resembles even I don't know, Reti opening, King's Indian attack, and so on. King's Indian reversed, normal position. When we switch to another board, usually Salimova is playing a little bit more challenging chess. Here, Kero, c5. This is a pet line of Croatian Grandmaster Zelčić. He was only playing c6, c5 basically, no bishop f5. Knight d4. Okay, similar structure which would happen on the first board in case instead of dc6, bc6 has been played. Castles, knight e7, a5. This is typical motive that you get rid of your weak bishop. White is trying to avoid this. Okay, complicated battle. Vaishali is trying to keep the dynamics. It's not easy to play this type of game. And next board, Garifuna. We can also check camera of that board. So here it's already quite complicated. Sarasadet is playing, yeah, quite interesting line. And Beydulayeva, here we have already some defined moment. So Catalan, played by many games by Kramnik and some other Aronian, some other players. This is known. BC6, yeah, all theory. So they are very well prepared. I don't believe that here we will have anything more than a draw. What would this mean? If white makes a draw, okay, then they have two black pieces on 3 boards. It won't be easy to win. So if Elizabeth makes a draw here, then chances for Sremska Mitrovica club are increasing a lot. I don't know how will Eshek de Monte Carlo win this match. Okay, there are chances, but of course it won't be easy. Okay, let's see how Saubayeva is doing against Solakidu. This is the game I would love to check. Let's go with the camera there as well. Stavrula is playing very interesting chess. Also, Bibi Sara, during Global Chess League, she was one of the heroes, playing very well. Bishop e2. Okay, bishop e2, bishop e3. At some stage, I think Stavrula was working with Kotronias, Greek grandmaster, who was one of the experts in theory, writing books about King's Indian. So she knows a lot, I would say, about it. Knight g4, coming back, interesting decision, and then catching the bishop. Usually white surrenders this bishop, but with the pawn on e3, not on e4. So this bishop is a bit open, and usually you don't take this bishop if white hasn't castled before. So it's small victory for black, I would say, this opening phase. Black is fine, but still far away from anything tangible. Here we have a little bit more complicated position. Narva likes to play really sharp chess. Okay, now players you know quite well, Bulgarian friends.
Yep, even Stavrula is a very good friend of mine. But yeah, with Beloslava, we've known each other for quite some time, since she's playing for Center. Even I was playing for Center in the National League 2 years ago when we won it. Then I switched to Gambit, but it's not about me over here. And yeah, Beloslava is one of the young Bulgarian girls who is part of this beautiful generation who are having great results. In Chennai Olympiad, they got 9th place. In Budapest Olympiad, I think they were 10th, but still.
Yeah, they were 10th, but
they won the European.
That's their main
European
success.
Team Championship last year in Budva, so they are the reigning champions. So of course, plus she has her own individual successes. Of course, she was leading the World Junior Championship in Mexico. I think it was 2 years ago, if I'm not mistaken, and unfortunately she lost the last round, if I remember correctly, and she didn't get the gold. But yeah, we're talking about some very strong players over here.
Yeah, okay, so Beloslav, we can keep the camera there. Let's check this match. We have Stavrula on the first board, but you can also maybe see the last board. So it seems that white is doing very well here, since c5 will come too late. So here probably, or this moment, or a little bit earlier, c5 was necessary, because after knight c3 and rook d1, now c5, when you will play, d5 will come, and I think that, yeah, it won't be easy for black to come out of the opening. You need to find a spot for your queen. It seems to me that white is having an upper hand here. Sorry. Then we have last board, which is a mess already. Joka Gal is playing very interesting chess, and Victoria Radeva as well. Yeah, quite complicated battle, and maybe just let's check another match. So Julia Osmak is playing, okay, normal line. Here we have a mess already. It seems that it went very bad for black. It was Sozin, Bobby Fischer's pet line. Bishop g5. Oh, d takes. Usually bishop b7 is the move in this position. Now if you go bishop b7, knight b5 just wins. So yeah, so it seems to me that Olga has completely misplayed her opening. And next board we have, okay, this is a little bit complicated, but black seems to be very fine. And Laura Onuk, she's pushing with white. How this queen came to d2, let's check. So Catalan style, queen to e3, and then to d2. Okay.
Root of the queen, yeah, b3, e3, d2.
Maybe it's a moment that we just check, is there anything in chat? And if we don't have any question to reply immediately, maybe you could invite some guests.
Yes, I actually do not see anything right away.
Yeah, just to remind you guys, subscribe to the ECU channel. ECU TV is around. We will improve a lot of things even during this event. So we are looking forward to your comments. We will have Vishy Anand very soon in our studio, but in the meantime, we will have another guest. So it's a moment maybe that we prepare this for a minute and then we come back.
Yes, we will leave you with the view from the playing hall and we will be back in a few minutes. Stay with us. Hello, back guys. As we've promised, not even 3 minutes have passed, so we are back very quickly. And as you can see, I have a guest in the studio, Mr. Gunnar Bjonsser. Thank you very much for coming to the studio and taking the time to be here today.
Yeah, my pleasure.
You are here as the appeals committee, I would say, at some level, but you are here as the ECU vice president as well. We do not have Mr. Razmiparashvili. You made the first move yesterday in the women's section. I guess it's always a nice feeling to be at the first boards in the first round, right?
Yes, of course. And I also opened the tournament.
You also opened the tournament, yeah, which is even more important. Yeah?
Yes.
Okay, so as the ECU vice president and as the senior advisor in FIDE Events Commission, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes.
How are you satisfied with the organization so far and what you've seen so far?
Yeah, for me, it's very good. Yeah, high standard, and I learned through tournaments through the years that Serbians are very good organizers, and you feel everything is very good here.
Yes, last year we had the European Individual Championship over here in Vrnjacka, Banja. We had the record number of players, but this is a team event, so we have even more individual players, we would say.
It's almost 700 players here. It's
yes.
Very good.
Plus we have captains, we have trainers.
Yeah, probably 1,000 people, or I don't know. But this tournament, I've been part of it regular since 2001. It was my first tournament. To have this tournament with top players like Magnus Carlsen, okay, he's not here, but up to Sattarov, Gukas, and all these guys. And then we have some Irish, Icelandic people with 1900 ratings. I love this tournament.
It's an opportunity to get to meet the best players in the world in person, to get to play next to them. Which
playing in the same playing hall, even
opportunity you rarely get.
Yeah. I love this tournament. I think this is the crown for ECU, this tournament.
Yeah, this is definitely a very important gem in ECU's crown. Tell me a little bit more about the next year. I think ECU is celebrating 40 years. Do you have maybe some plans?
Yes.
Or is it still a secret?
Still a secret.
Still a secret, okay.
But there will be some, of course, something new, but...
But we will not spoil this.
No, let's wait.
Let's wait a little bit more. Yeah. Okay, you're also a very famous organizer in Iceland. You're the president of Icelandic Chess Federation, organizer of Reykjavik Open.
Yeah. And the tournament is getting bigger and bigger, and recent year we cannot get more players than 400, so...
You had to set
it's a very luxury problem, I would say, but people love to come there, so we are doing something right. The tournament has a long history. It was first 1964. It was not Reykjavik Open at that time. It was Reykjavik I don't know what it's called, Reykjavik Chess Tournament, something like that. And the first tournament included Tal, and he won the tournament with 12.5 out of 13. And
which is a very important chess history.
Yes, and Gligoric is number 2. He was number 2.
Yes, Gligoric, of course, the domestic players, and I believe all of the chess fans know who Gligoric is, another chess legend from then called Yugoslavia. Also, when we're touching chess history, of course, Bobby Fischer. Is the spirit of Bobby Fischer still alive in Icelandic chess?
Yeah, he is, of course. He was a very famous person because the match 72, it was so important for Iceland. Nobody at that point, many people didn't know the exist of Iceland. It was some small island in the middle of the North Atlantic Sea, but we got in the world news for the match. It was very exciting, and you have the America against the Soviet Union.
The most important.
Yeah, and it was, yes, so. It was, if you talk about the history, it's the biggest, I think it's the biggest chess event of all time.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, and actually it was at the FIDE assembly, it was chosen the best chess event of all time, the most memorable.
Yes, so what we wanted to mention next, Budapest Olympiad, which just finished, you got a few awards, if I'm not mistaken. Can you tell us which all of them are and
Yes.
a little bit more information about that?
Yeah, Fredrik Ólafsson, who was the president of FIDE 78 to 82, he was honored, but he could not come, so I took the prize for him, and also for most memorable chess event of all time. This was the match 72.
Yes, exactly the match we were talking about.
Yes, and we were very proud of that event. 2020, because of that event, we organized a Vishy Random World Championship in Iceland. So, yes.
A new improvement. And what about some teams from Iceland over here this year? Do we have more teams or do we have?
We have 2 teams, which is, I think, usually we have 2 to 3, yeah, so it's quite normal. And we also have 2 players who are playing for a team from Luxembourg, so here in total 16 players from Iceland, so quite good, I think.
Quite good, yeah. I hope that they're enjoying the weather, that they're enjoying the nature over here. Do you like Vrnjacka, Banja?
Yes, for me to be here in the summer, I went out and have a coffee in the sun, sitting in only shirt in October. I love it. It's not possible in Iceland, I can tell you.
Yeah, okay, so guys, if you're going to play the Reykjavik Open, you need to register very early and you need to pack, 5 jackets, maybe?
6.
Okay, so make sure that you are ready for this. And once again about Reykjavik Open, what is usually the time, if you want to play the tournament, what is usually the time that you need to register prior to the tournament?
I would say in January.
And the tournament is played in?
April.
April, okay.
Yeah. I guess it will not be full until then. But if you want to be secure, do it early.
Okay, so guys, it's the end of October. Right now you have, what, 2 more months? Yes. Make sure that you plan everything and go explore Iceland. It's a beautiful country. I haven't been, but it's on my bucket list.
Yes, you have to go there.
We might come. And I also saw that last year you had a record number of ladies playing in Reykjavik Open, right?
Yes, I don't remember the numbers, but it's always going down. We have always for 2 years had some streamers, and we have the streamers corner.
Yeah, I saw that. Sister Botes were playing on the
yes,
we had Belenkaya, I believe.
Belenkaya, yes. And it's so popular by both Icelandic and yes, on the streaming. I see so many people are watching that stream, even more than the top players.
Yeah, it's quite interesting to see that actually. But yeah, we're popularizing chess in all categories, so you always find the audience, the perfect audience for some kind of content, I would say.
Yes.
Okay, thank you very much for joining us in the studio today. Any predictions of who might be the winner of this championship, or are you having any favorites? Or are you not allowed to say? I forgot the appeals commission.
I would say the super beta, likeliest.
The biggest.
Yeah. With all those players, the young players, young strong players, and my friend Ivan as a trainer.
Okay, who played yesterday and won his game in style?
Yeah, against Icelandic player, yes.
Yeah, of course, you're following.
Yeah, of course.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Again, and wish you all the luck so that we do not have any appeals. I believe we didn't have any appeals so far, right?
Right.
Okay,
let's hope for that.
Hope that we stay at that status. Guys, stay with us. We will go on a short break, leave you with the view from the playing hall, and grab a cup of coffee. We'll be back.
Thank you.
So we are back. I have another legend, Vasily. Welcome.
Thank you.
So you are resting. Yesterday you were resting as well. Hopefully we will see you at the board soon.
Yes, tomorrow for sure I will play.
Okay, let's check the games. So Gukesh is playing with black. Yesterday was a bit complicated against Marger. Today he's playing.
No, yesterday Gukesh.
It was a bit complicated, not easy game in the opening.
Yes, I was similar to King's Indian, but it wasn't King's Indian like opening.
Yeah. Let's check this round. So we have maybe, have you seen or not, first moves? So it was English opening, F5. You played this with white, with black maybe? Not, huh?
I don't remember this position, nor with white, nor with black.
Okay.
So with white I played something like this, but my opponent played g6, bishop g7.
Okay.
So with bishop on e7 I have no problem.
Yeah, queen h5 usually is a motive sometimes when there is no
Vrnjacka system, yes, e8, but okay, it's very old. 6 d3, okay, natural moves, nothing special.
Queen d2 want to play bishop b2 like close Sicilian reverse colors.
Yes, and now so white is waiting and it's question which plan will choose black now.
Yeah, hard to say.
Also important queen d2 that black cannot play queen a5 because knight d5 motif.
Ah, okay.
Okay, it's quite primitive trap, but once Kasparov missed this against Karpov in similar situations, so even sometimes great players can make just primitive.
It's known also from Dragon that sometimes you play this rook as well because of this.
Yes, but not here. So okay, queen a5, it's just illustrations.
Okay, so what will black do? What do you think?
So what will black do? Okay, queen e8 and queen h5 is possible plan, for example.
Yeah, that probably will be played.
And then probably to prepare g5 in some moment. Okay, it depends what white will play. Position is quite complicated, and all pieces are in the board, so that is full of play. So white has choice to develop his bishop to b2 or to a3. If white wants to prevent queen h5, it's possible to play bishop a3, because if queen h5, f takes e5, black cannot take back with the pawn anymore. So if take with knight, knight f4, it's not comfortable. Of course, after bishop a3, black shouldn't play queen h5, black should play something else. I don't know what exactly. Maybe rook f7 to prepare bishop f8, something like this.
Okay, interesting. The second board, it's even more interesting because we had this line of queens gambit accepted, b3. Do you have experience in this line?
No.
No. Okay.
I don't know. I have experience in similar line, but not exactly this line.
Okay. Queen normal moves. White should be better, but it's not easy. You like to play this white way, right? This is your style with white, keeping flexibility, putting pressure.
Yes, but okay, black has counterplay, so a4. Black played also knight b4 was possible.
It won't be an easy task for Nordirbeck. Not an easy position.
Nordirbeck is white?
Yes.
Of course, it's a complicated position, but it's a question.
Will white wait? Will white push? d5, e5?
Okay, it depends what black is doing. So more or less natural a3 to play. White cannot take on a3 because bishop a1, I suppose, it's the best. Not bishop c. Bishop c3 may be possible as well, but
Yeah, bishop a1 as well. Okay.
Rook
If
a7.
white takes, just to
Bishop
show that
takes
bishop
a3
takes, and when you
and
take on
rook is
b7,
hanging.
rook is hanging.
Rook
Okay,
is
so
hanging. So bishop takes a3 doesn't work.
yes,
So bishop a1. Rook e7, and now what is the next move?
yeah, very complicated. What do you think? Is he regretting his opening choice? Because now it's not easy to outplay.
Okay, he is very young. Usually young players are not regretting. It's very strong part of them. So they are simply thinking and trying to find next
move. Okay, let's do a little bit brief and don't go too deep. Let's check next board. We have this queen h2, which is not so common, right?
Okay, I want to see previous move.
Okay, let's go. So it was.
Just in my. Can you quit this because it's computer evaluation?
Yeah, sure.
It's better not to see.
Yeah, sure. We will do it. Just a sec. Just a sec. We can switch off analysis. If I'm not mistaken. Show analysis. Okay, I'm not sure that. Okay, yeah. Sorry, one click only.
Okay, but.
Okay, here you just now you move it.
So bishop is king b1. So it's not the most common line. So f4 is the most sharp line, and after f4 black has choice to play bishop d7 is possible, or takes on b4 and then b5. So
yeah,
f3 is also possible. Okay, king b1 it's quite flexible move. So white has possibility to play f3 or f4, depends what black is doing.
Have you seen his game yesterday, how Prague lost? He lost against IM 23-70, which was a surprising defeat.
I have seen position after the opening, but I didn't see game till the end. But he had good position. Okay, at least not what is the position to lose. Bishop d7. Bishop d7 here it's a little bit strange for me, so more natural to play. Okay, it's important to understand what white wants. For example, knight takes d4, queen takes d4, b5. It's a natural play. So if white has something better than standard f3 or f4, this
Possible is to take now.
no, take bishop takes.
d6.
Queen d6 takes, bishop d7, it's always enough compensation.
Okay.
No, I don't think it is white plan. Probably e5. Takes. What about peace tournament this year? It will be or not?
Probably it will be. Last year you played, yes, it will be, but it's not. It won't be so strong. So I think it will be weaker than usual.
So probably e5 he wants, but okay, e5.
Maybe just to say to viewers that you won it once, right?
Yes.
You won it. Bobby Fischer won it in 1970. So it was like
maybe e5 white wants now. Takes, and now if queen b6, probably something like.
You're saying this position. But let's move on, Vasily. Let's go with the
yes, because
the main
now
line.
white has a good version. Because bishop on c6 is not so comfortable in this type of position. h4, b5, knight b2, yes, very logical, very standard, knight b4, knight b7, g4, castle. Okay, so queen h2, I'm not sure about queen h2, but probably idea to prevent d5, because if white plays something like bishop e2, black can push d5.
And then you have this knight f5 stuff, no? Take.
Maybe, but
is there this type of possibilities? This is also quite common.
Yes, maybe in this position.
I don't know. It's a mess.
Yes, but maybe white is better. So at least
maybe
compare this position, because it was quite similar to Grishuk-Wang Hao. So in this position, white to move, and he played queen h2. And if compare Grishuk-Wang Hao or something like this, a6, because
which tournament was?
Oh, it's old, quite an old game, but I remember position. So this h4 castle, queen d2, rook c8, knight e2. So and
it's the same, no?
it's not the same, because
two tempi, right?
yes. And Wang Hao played this with the idea after knight d4 to play knight d7 and then to prepare d5. So it looks like Wang Hao had much better version than Pragananda, because black lost many tempos. Bishop d7, c6, b7. But okay, it's a question how critical it is. Okay, queen h2 idea that after d5, white always will have e5. This I understand at least. Okay, probably e takes d5, bishop d5, knight f5. It's still possible, but I'm not sure, because bishop takes a2 check, and e takes f5. So probably here white wants to just play this, and this type of French
usually is better for white.
Yes. So d5 it's not a good option for black. So what to do? Probably rook e8 again. It's possible. Black should play something.
Clippers, do you like to check your match, your team?
Just it doesn't matter. All games are interesting. So probably rook e8. Probably. Just waiting move. It's a question what is white plan. Probably after rook e8, white can just take and then play h5 or g5, something like this. Okay, so it looks like white has much better versions than Bishop-Lankau. Well, position is still complicated, but I would prefer with white. I have choice. Okay, now.
So rook e8 you mentioned.
Yes, rook e8 takes, and h5 or g5. Okay, maybe knight e5 is also possible instead of rook e8. But question what black wants. Okay. Again, white can just take and then play g5 or h5.
Okay.
Looks more promising for white.
Okay. You mentioned.
But maybe knight f3 now and bishop takes e4. It's not so clear.
You think this?
I don't know what. I don't know how evaluate this position also. But it's quite typical idea, like knight e1.
One e1 is probably the move.
Yes, takes, and d5, something like this.
Although.
Okay, in endgame.
Bishop d3, knight f3.
Bishop d3. Yes, but black will prepare e5. Maybe another rook even to d8, and then e5, e4 is coming, so the situation is still not clear.
Okay, maybe transferring knight somewhere to e3.
Yes, but okay, it's
complicated.
Okay, it's not forced line at all, but it's.
Okay, let's check your team. So you are playing against which team?
Anton Korobov, I want to check.
Oh, where is he? He is here. Okay, yes. Let's check your compatriot. This is Ragozin, right, or Nimzo Indian?
He's playing.
He's playing.
What he did yesterday?
He won this completely lost position.
Completely.
Yeah, but it's Sicilian. Bishops and some attacking chance. So let me tell you just. So he's playing against. I saw him. Hang on. He's playing for Novi Bor or which team? Oh, I left his match somehow. Where is Korobov? He's playing for this Azerbaijani team. He's playing against Bosman. So this was the Ragozin.
Classical. Bishop e6.
They are playing this these days a lot.
Bishop e6.
Yeah, this is new treat. Either bishop e5 or bishop e6. They are playing this a lot. Everyone is playing this. How do you study new theory? Following all the tournaments, or you have your own approach? For example, these lines.
No, okay.
Or you are stick to classical stuff?
I'm looking at position, so looks dangerous for black because king is quite weak. Okay, it's not difficult to understand. For example, if g6 now, okay, what else? So queen h7 is threat, f5 it's hardly good idea.
g6 will be played.
Or maybe f5, okay, g6 or f5, so f5 may be also possible, at least not losing immediately, but not play knight e takes, knight f6, and some moves. For example, rook fd1 to transfer.
Bringing the rook up.
Rook d4 then. Okay, and after g6 my idea was to play simply queen d2. Because if knight takes e5, e4 is possible. And h6 is hanging. Okay, probably black can take on e5, e4, d takes, queen takes h6, knight g4, queen f4, something like that.
Why not king h7?
King h7, I'm afraid f4 and f5 can be
Okay.
Yes, F4, D5 looks very strong here.
Yeah. Okay, Vasily, I think we will need to switch with some other
Okay.
games. So your career high was close to 2800, right? Because now I see Gukesh and Vishy, they're quite cool. Do you recall what was your career high in rating? 27?
2780, something like
80.
that.
Because today we were discussing how many players have crossed 28. Okay, so guys, Vasily, thanks for coming. So we expect you to play tomorrow, right?
Yes, of course, but I want to see another games.
Vishy one?
Narayanan, for example.
Okay. Let's stick a bit.
Anti-Marshall. This move order. So important that white is playing without h3. Because in anti-Marshall, we usually...
The pawn is on h3 already, right?
Yes. So white won. Okay, so white played. So classical anti-Marshall, for example, Kasparov short. Its position that white has knight on b1 and pawn on h3. But now, because black played bishop b7 more early, so white didn't lost tempo for h3 and can utilize it for more useful maneuvers. H pawn somewhere can go to h4 even. If knight on g3, h4, h5 is possible plan, but in future, okay. No.
Do you have any particular reason why you're following Narayanand's games?
Okay, he is a quite good player. So, knight g3.
Okay.
Okay, very standard play.
Not easy to assess.
Okay, white is better, looks like, because white has attacking chances. D5 pawn is blocked, so... Okay, it's question how to realize this. It's not easy. Okay, maybe knight f to d4 now to prepare queen g4, something like this. But certainly white is better.
Yeah,
At least for me.
I agree. Yeah.
Okay, who else? Yu Yang Yi. What is
Okay, let's check this game. Vasily, then we will need to prepare for another guest. So let's see this one.
Oh.
So this 97, they're playing this.
Double line.
Yeah, I think even Magnus played it in some blitz.
Old theory is d4. Okay. Bishop b4, castle takes, h3 takes, g4, h4, bishop b7.
Not easy, huh?
Okay, so white is pawn up, knight c4. Right. So what is this?
Okay, white is better. If white even plays f4, I guess.
Yes, what is the most natural?
F4, probably takes or not. Probably taking.
Yes.
And then somehow.
Takes on me. Okay, certainly white is better.
Yeah. Yeah, white
Okay.
is better. Okay, thanks Vasily for joining. Guys, we will switch on with Dragana. Let's move to the playing hall and then we will come back. And we are back waiting for a new guest. Of course, Vasily Ivanchuk was a really fantastic player and still is. I'm the guy who is following his games. And when I see that he's at some tournament, he's my favorite, one of my favorite player to keep eye on. Yeah, it was cool how he likes to dig the positions to get deep in his thoughts, and funny, and then suddenly he comes with some off topic like this tournament of peace, just to remind maybe viewers, or to say to those who don't know it, tournament of peace was a memorable tournament in the 60s and 70s. Bobby Fischer won it in 1970. Viktor Korchnoi has played in that tournament. Smyslov, so many other great players, and Vasily. Then it was revived in like a few years ago, and he was the one winning it. So he likes to come. Last year he was playing. Chaparinov was playing. Ivan Sokolov was playing that tournament. Hans Niemann has won it with crushing 8 out of 9. So let's check the games while we are waiting for Vishy to come. I'm pretty sure that Dragana will bring him in 10 minutes, a little bit more. While we are waiting for her and him, let's check what has happened. First board, we see that Gukesh took a different route, a6, b5, but I won't comment too much because this game for sure and this match will be of Vishy's interest, because last year he was playing for Superbet or Super Chess. He's their ambassador. So let's switch to other games. So what's going on here? Maybe it's also a moment to switch to women's section. We can combine this with camera from the playing hall. So let's go to the women's section. We have this position, which I said resembles even King's Indian structures, Reti structure. White is slightly better sometimes, but in the hand of strong player, usually it's nothing special. Salimova is having an interesting position. This D pawn is quite an asset at the moment. Of course, on bishop g6, f g6 is needed. So, yeah, I think that black is doing fine here. So, here, okay, let's discuss this one a bit. Usually we have King's Indian position when d takes e5, d takes e5, and the bishop on g7, and usually you transfer the bishop. If black managed to play a5, then he would stop this pawn march and this pawn avalanche, but then some other weaknesses, a5 might be a weakness, b6 might be a weakness, so black is basically waiting a bit, either to push a6, and now I immediately see that this is a route where black is heading for. Also knight f5 is coming, so it's not so clear. Usually on knight f5 black will take, and then trying to exchange dark squares bishops, and having this concept of knight versus queen, knight and a queen versus knight versus bishop, light square bishop and a queen. Famous duo, which was actually first emphasized by Jose Raul Capablanca, great world champion from Cuba. I don't know, white should be slightly better here with some pawn push on the queen side, but this knight on e3 it's not so common. Usually the knight is on f3. One important thing is these setups, when the knight is on c3, then this c6 pawn restricts it a lot. and it's not easy to play with it. So knight on d2 is much better than on c3, and here we have this upgraded version with the knight on e3, which, yeah, probably it's some kind of small win for white. White should enjoy some pool here, I would say. That would be my conclusion. But maybe black has some right way to immediately challenge this activity on queen side. Salimova, as mentioned, here this d pawn became an asset. Of course, bishop takes c6, it's not necessary and it won't happen. But yeah, it's not pleasant to allow your opponent to push that pawn so deep into your structure. So it doesn't look so great. Bishop a4 might be an option. Black then can choose either to place her king on f8 or to exchange light square bishops. I don't think that she will allow bishops exchange. Okay, unclear position. Now white needs to react and Vaishali needs to decide either to allow this d3, maybe to challenge the knight, or to exchange the light square bishops. Not an easy decision. This actually is, when you make this type of decision, then it's a bit easier because you already took some direction. But before it's not easy because you're not sure where to go. And of course, stronger players, they can understand a little bit easier where to go, while some weaker players are hesitating more. Let's see this one. Okay. My first impression is that white should be much better here. But yeah, I don't know, is there any way to counter-attack here? e5 will be important push at the right moment. c3 is hanging. Let me see what has happened. So cd, cb and knight c4. Yeah, maybe allowing to this knight c4 was a mistake. So let's say that knight d2 was played. I don't know. Okay, knight d2 is necessary to protect, and now some probably this is still slightly better for white, but not as much as here. Now it's very tough. White will protect his pawn, her pawn, and then collect the guy. And here I don't think anything has changed. So let's check. We were around. It looks like equal game heading towards the draw. They will move around back and forth, but don't see that white is gaining anything here. So at the moment, match looks okay, slightly better for Sremska Mitrovica against Eshek de Monte Carlo, but of course they are strong enough to turn the tables. Here we have this complicated position. So after knight takes h3, it's strange that here knight c6 was played. I think e5 is, even in this position, is good enough. But knight c6, okay, Stavrula wants to play differently with c6, which is also typical way, and then e6. Complicated, really complicated. White has some light squares ideas, so I don't know. Very complicated to assess. This one, a little bit less complicated because it seems that white is clearly in driving seat. Some knight g5 might even happen in some stage. Also some rook lift at the right moment. White seems to be doing very well here. tough position for black. Narva Maya likes to play active chess, so I don't think she will hesitate in maybe launching some strong attack. This one we left around here. It looked much better for white because black was late to play c5, and once you miss it, it's already tough because you feel this x-ray. This x-ray is really tough. And while white has enough place to find a spot for her queen, black doesn't. So it's not easy at all. Probably this is just dead lost already. d6 and then bishop c4, and it looks very, very bad already. Bishop d6, some check, and I think that white is just launching a winning attack, and it looks like an easy win for white. Let me check, has something changed on the last board? Okay, here g4, usually this motif is played with long castle, and then you just start marching your pawns. Okay, but it's also possible to play it with short castle. e d5 an option, but somehow this regrouping of white doesn't look so great. Okay, so the match here, white looks better. This one was just winning for white. Has something changed? Not much. White is just completely winning. Okay, guys, as I mentioned, I think we will have Vishy Anand himself in few moments, but let's just check. Has something happening here? Not much. Let's go back to men's section, and here, as I mentioned, we will of course follow Super Chess, as Vishy Anand is their ambassador, plus all Indian players. We have Gukesh, Prag, Arjun, Ergaisi, we have Vidit, Nihal, Sarin, Aravind, Narayan, and so on and so on. Many top Indian players around, Hari Krishna as well. So I'm quite curious to hear what will Vishy say about them. And yeah, legend, living legend, grandmaster, former world champion, playing against Kasparov, Carlsen, Kramnik, and all those top guys. And I think that this is the moment that, yeah, Vishy is coming. So, just a sec. So, as promised, Viswanathan Anand is with us. No need to introduce you, Vishy a lot. I'm happy that you're here.
Thank you. Pleasure to be here.
You are in the role of ambassador of your club, and Super Chess is like a first seed. Do you help them in mentoring or with some comments, ideas?
Yes, I just work with the club, and this time they just invited me to drop in, though I'm not playing. And it's a bit of that. Of course, I'm quite friendly with many of my teammates. We work together often and things like that, so there's always that angle. But no formal position really. Just the club said, well, why don't you drop in and that's what I'm doing. So.
Yeah, but anyway, you come to Romania not so often, but still you come there, right?
Yes, very much. I have certain events that I visit every year. There's this big festival in Cluj, and I typically do one event with the federation. So a couple of things, and in that sense, I have a formal role with Supervet. But with the club itself, last 2 years I played, and this year I'm not playing. So.
Okay, so all best Indians player except you are basically around. First thing, Prague lost yesterday. How tough was for him to handle it?
I guess it was hard, but he took it, the professional way. What can you do? You put some cold water on your face and you continue. I think the problem for him was he played a sharp line, but his opponent entered it eagerly and played quite well. His opponent found a lot of difficult moves. And somehow, even if there was a chance to come back, you need a couple of mistakes to get a chance in, and he did not get this break yesterday. But it's tough. The problem is already in the opening. Once you have taken that pawn and gone into this sharp line, there's no way out. There are a couple of moments where I feel that Prague should have been thinking, how do I make a draw here? Not how can I still win? And this was the mistake he made, that he kept trying for a win a little bit too long. And then suddenly, 2 moves later, there was no way back. I mean, if you look at the position with these two rooks and this pawn on c6,
and the knight,
Prague is never equal there. He is unpleasantly, the position's holding, but he is never really equal. And in fact, his opponent made many impressive sequences of moves and so on. So, okay, it happens sometimes.
When do you think that this wisdom of maybe striving towards the draw, it comes? For example, in your career, that, okay, you want to win, he's still fighting, he's catching, trying to catch Arjun and Gukesh in terms of rating and so on. So he desperately wants to win. When this wisdom comes? Because sometimes the loss is really tough.
I don't think the wisdom ever comes, because that suggests that wisdom points to the correct answer. I think it's a choice. If accepting you are not going to win, then the better option is the draw. Draw is better than loss. So you steer towards. So the question is, are you tending towards too much optimism or slightly on the pessimistic side? And now you can say that this game, my approach would have been wisdom, because I would have stopped in time. But maybe another game, I would stop also a bit earlier. Prague would persist and he would win. And then it balances out. So it's more a question of, but it's true that youngsters these days have too much optimism. It seems to me that their risks are unreasonable. I mean, you saw Arjun's game yesterday.
Yes, I just wanted,
hopelessly lost.
Yes.
And then, even in the position where Wedberg resigned, I don't understand why he resigned. So it's a little bit, but this kind of thing you cannot hope for, but it happens sometimes, and it's a tough choice.
I think he missed that Queen d7 is exchanging the queens at all. I think Queen d5 he was calculating, then f3, and then he just stopped.
Yes.
I think Queen d7 was missed, that he's exchanging the queens.
But for instance, why did Tom not play rook a8, and then do all this? And in fact, you don't even need to play Queen d5. You can play Queen takes g8 and try to queen these pawns. I mean, as a way to make a draw. So, but I know that Arjun takes this level of risk quite routinely, and scores a lot of points. So now, should I criticize him or not? I don't know. His loss to Gurel in the Bundesliga was the same phenomenon. But yesterday was the same phenomenon. It worked for him. The other one didn't work. I think the problem for me is, if you have a very long career, over some time you overstep the mark a couple of times, then these bad memories stay in your head, and you're a little bit more cautious. Maybe it's just age.
Got it. Okay, what do you think? Are they exhausted in terms of game? Because Arjun was playing like so many tournaments. Gukesh, sometimes when you're playing, carrying your team on your shoulders as a first board, it's also super heavy. You also came from London, all those events. How they managed to do it? Where is the energy?
I don't know where the energy is coming from, but both of them are playing very, very combative chess. In fact, I would say very unsound sometimes. They play quite unsoundly, and because they are fighting to win every round. Now that's quite special. it's a very modern approach because some time ago you didn't take so much risk because you thought that mostly you would get into trouble. But these guys seem very confident that they can get away with it. Especially Arjun this year, if you saw his play in London and so on, almost every game he was doing something new on move 3 or 4. So that's quite a special approach. I think they should be tired, but they don't seem to be.
Prague is playing a little bit different type of chess than Arjun.
Prague is much more solid, and his chess is so-called correct, more than more than Arjun, obviously. Gukesh is borderline. Actually, he comes close to playing correct chess, but he's still able to take some risk and put a little pressure. I think Arjun is extreme.
I know that you are careful in making predictions, but okay, World Championship match is coming. Gukesh is here. It's not easy. Do you think that this idea that he plays here just right before the World Championship match? How about you? Have you played, let's say, a few months before the World Championship match?
Not generally. I remember in 2007, I played in the Mainz Classic before Mexico. So that I had like a month of recovery time. And in 2008, I played in Bilbao right before the match because I thought it's nice to think. But again, I had like 2 to 3 weeks before the match started. And in those days, I felt that I would have a long training camps. And then if you don't play anything, then you're going to the match with basically not having played chess in 4 to 5 months, which is not a healthy scenario. I think Gukesh's decision to play here is not very difficult and it's quite correct. For him playing here will be a good chance to test everything. Also remember that nowadays we basically don't have phenomenal opening ideas. They're just looking for they're looking for something slightly unbalanced so you can even play. That's a different scenario from 2007 and 8 when we could still dream of advantages in the opening and so on.
Yeah.
So
I see how Bogdan is playing Deak actually. He's for the last year, I think that he's actually not searching for any advantage. Yeah, he's playing some, I don't know, stuff. Even sometimes A3 comes on the board and so on. Yeah.
What did he play against Aryan Tari last year? Was it
H3 at some stage
D3
or not?
or D3?
Yeah, D3 and then some. So this is like extreme approach. Okay, just before going towards the moves. So you're still, how would you say? Are you a mentor? Are you a trainer? Are you official? Are you a player? Or everything?
Bit of everything, I'm afraid. I basically keep on switching roles, and I mean that's got its own challenges, but it's also nice because you can move on from one to the next.
Yeah, just to remind our viewers that of course Vishy is FIDE deputy president. But okay, let's move to your territory where you are like the biggest expert, Vishy. How about this game? You know Indian chess really good. So is Gukesh happy with the opening outcome?
I think he should be. The position is tense. He's got all these pawn exchanges, so some decisions to make. But White's position is also reasonable.
It's funny sometimes, okay, why Black is basically playing like anti-Sicilian, close Sicilian, that this type of move, for example, from White, basically you could make it in a blitz in 1 or 2 minutes, right? All those moves.
Yes, but it's also very typical because in this English, you know that there will still be a middle game to play. But here's the problem. If I take on C4 with Black, White can take with the D pawn.
Yeah.
And then Black cannot play E4, which is what he wants to do, because then I can go knight D4 and that can be unpleasant. So Black will need to prepare the move, maybe support F5 with something, and then take, because then E4 is desirable.
So it will be a waiting game for a while.
One plan for White I see is knight to D1 and knight to F2, which is a natural square somehow. Which means that I don't want to play rook a d1 now. If I play rook a d1, I think b4 is strong because the knight goes to a4, it's a bit trapped. It can come to b1, but then it's losing another few moves. So,
And
what will white to play? I mean, will you?
yeah, he will. I think. Yeah,
I
I would probably apply king h1. Maybe sometimes they're even transferring the knight.
Yes.
G1 f3, but I don't know. Is this coming? Is this an option?
It's another idea.
Yeah.
Queen e8 h5, and I don't see how white is going to provoke a struggle in the center. Maybe the plan is just to play e4 at some point.
Yeah, that's also typical. They're playing this type of things. Yeah, rook e1.
But the problem with black has played b5, so if you play e4, then I can capture here, capture on e4, and you have to take with a piece.
Got it.
So I don't know. Again, that's the best part for Gukesh, that he gets a game, which is very interesting. So, but we'll see how.
I was discussing yesterday, mentioning that sometimes he's struggling in blitz, but basically time trouble in his games, he's carrying this quite well. So I don't know, is this a different scenario when he's in the game, long game, and then he adapts and he knows that he doesn't need to blitz all the moves, but he's still sometimes ending up in time trouble, like yesterday against Marger Peterson. It was, okay, not severe time trouble, but it was a bit for like 10 or 15 moves, and I think he handled it quite well.
Yes, but if your position's good, you generally can handle blitz well. It's only when it's unclear and chaotic that you struggle. But also it's true that it's not the same, and this especially Grishchuk would explain a lot. It's not the same being in time pressure in a normal game, in a classical game, and being in time pressure in blitz. In blitz, you expect to be in time pressure.
Yes,
in fact, you're in time pressure from the start. Whereas in classical, you switch to that role, but you also know it's going to be over at some point. Whereas in blitz, it's never over. So it's not the same skill. I mean, Grishchuk would say, I play blitz very well, and I still get into time pressure all the time. So it's not that I'm good in blitz doesn't mean I'm fast.
Yeah, my point is that actually he's keeping his rating like super high. So basically, and he's ending up in time trouble and actually surviving there, even in some problems. So
no, but right now Arjun and Gukesh, without judging their rapid and blitz skills, they are simply very good classical players. They are they're having great results in classical chess. I mean, if you saw the Olympiad, that was a spectacular performance. But and both of them haven't had spectacular rapid successes.
Not just that, in some Grand Chess tours, to see them at the last place, for example, Gukesh is not so uncommon.
That's correct. So how typical that is, I don't know. But Gukesh I think Gukesh and Arjun can adjust very quickly. But maybe they simply think of being classical players more these days.
Okay, let's combine it with camera from the playing hall. You know them quite well. Do you immediately see through some body language, are they worried or not? We can go full screen as well. So Gukesh is always fully concentrated. Behind him is Abdusattorov. Sometimes Abdusattorov is a little bit more nervous. Gukesh is always keeping his similar.
No, whenever I'm asked for some opinion of body language or something, I think of this famous joke.
Which one?
In the opinion of Grandmaster Manatsakanyan, white is a pawn up. In the expert opinion of Grandmaster Manatsakanyan, white is a pawn up. So I can say, in my expert opinion, he's thinking, but what does this mean?
Okay.
So, I mean, you can go on talking and making up stuff, but I don't know if we really read their mind. But it's a very typical Gukesh pose. It's a very typical pose, this thing, but I don't know what it means, and he does it so often. He does it in good positions, bad positions. I have no real opinion on this.
Okay, you are really long term in the circuit, so you know all those things and stuff. Sometimes Magnus is super emotional, but still he keeps making to break through this type of position. Okay, knight f5. Vasily was mentioning just something like this, for example, and to hold a bit.
Yes, I was just about to say, because after what if he played knight a5, bishop a2, then or bishop d3, then bishop c3 is slightly unpleasant. Of course, you can still play rook a7, bishop somewhere, bishop a8 or something, and wait. But waiting on b7 is very unpleasant. There are many situations where rook on b1 and bishop on b7, something goes wrong, because it's very easy to overload defending that piece and playing. So my preference is to run away, bishop a8. So Rook b8, bishop a8 is fine.
Got it.
The other way.
Yeah, to run away with this bishop, it was funny.
In fact, I think Vasya is right. Why white play knight a5?
Yeah.
It's not clear that that's where it belongs. So play rook a7, bishop a8.
It's funny. I said, is maybe white worried? Because, come on, you're playing against 2400 player. You could have played maybe something not a little bit more flexible and not so defining. He said, no, young generation, they're not worried. They just play.
Yeah. I think also that maybe this is just reasonable for black. I don't know the evaluation.
Okay, sometimes engines do tend to overestimate some chances with the passer, but yeah.
No, I don't think they overestimate anything these days. They just calculate correctly. But it just means that it's some very long-term tactical thing that the pawn drops.
But very good choice from black. Well,
yeah.
Opening choice.
Sure.
Yeah. Now wait and see. It's not easy to find the concept with white.
Well, white. I mean, you suspect that in the end, some detail, some d5, e5 will come somewhere. But honestly, with that a passer is so strong that it compensates for a lot of things.
For example, Greenfield, you know some lines. For example, Greenfield with queen a5 and queen a2, and then just pushing the a pawn. I know that, for example, Kramnik was playing, and then I don't know, even Topalov with some players. They don't mind that opponent has that type of passer. How about you? Were you a bit annoyed when your opponent has chances to start pushing the passer in some lines? I don't know, Greenfield or maybe Queen's Indian or something.
You're right. The Grunfeld is quite conceptual. In theory, do you understand the tension between? See, when you play the Slav, you're basically competing in the center. Both sides are competing in the center. Here, you're competing with opposite values. Is an outside passed pawn more important than a central pawn advantage, or a passed pawn in the center versus a passed pawn on the a file, and which is more important than what? I remember when I was maybe 24 or something, just in the candidates and so on, and I was playing the Grunfeld on quite a few occasions. Then I lost 2 games. I lost to Lothier and I lost to someone else as well. And then I thought, the Grunfeld is not my opening. Something in it doesn't suit me. And what I used to judge that was, I thought, the Grunfeld is not my opening because when I don't know what I'm supposed to do, I don't find the right move intuitively. In the Slav, I thought the opposite. In the Slav and semi-Slav, I thought, this is my opening because even when I have no clue what I'm doing, my moves are still good. And so I gave up the Grunfeld then and moved to the semi-Slav. And this
scoring some fantastic wins like against Aronyan and so on.
Kramnik and so on.
Yeah.
But that's the point. Your ability in chess is not what you do in positions where we know the theory. The ability comes, and your stylistic preferences come when you don't know what you're supposed to do. And how do you find your way? How's your intuition? So, at least for me, long back I concluded that the Grunfeld wasn't really my scene. Having said that, I returned to the Grunfeld about 15 years ago, and I was playing it for a couple of years. And then once again, because computers had changed so many things, I thought, well, why not try? Maybe it's a different opening now, simply. And once again, I concluded it's not really my opening.
Twice.
Because again, the problem is when I don't know what I'm supposed to do or I'm not familiar, I'm making mistakes. Whereas in the Slav, my results were just better, even if even my opponent caught me off guard. I was losing fewer games, winning more games, and so on. So here again, it's one way to look at it is who is better. Another way to look at it is, especially for what is it, 11? Yeah, guy 11. How does he feel this position? Something with a pawn on a4, with a pawn on a3, and so on. I mean, you can also substitute it with notable. When white has C and D pawns and black has A and B pawns.
Exactly.
Do you feel the tension? Because white it's no longer the usual kind of struggle. Here, white is winning in the center, black is winning on the queen side. And which happens faster is important. Sometimes white will just break through with d5, e5 and some h4, and then it's mate because of these 2 extra pawns. But sometimes black comes faster. So these are positions you should only play if you tested it 20 times and you didn't lose 15. then you can play.
Sometimes you have this huge responsibility because you know if you don't deliver checkmate, the guy to the other end is just start pushing. Okay, there was your very known game against Magnus in Chennai World Championship match. You started to throw something on his king, but he has queenside
Yes,
card.
and
it's not easy.
He understood the defensive resources very easily and so on.
Yeah. Okay, so hard to say. Let's move on. Let's see how Prague is doing. I left around here, so he was playing this, not around here, but Queen H2 was played, which was a bit, around here. Was a bit strange, as you know that I'm playing this line with black and you played it with white so many times. It's a bit strange that this Queen H2 was played, but maybe it's a decent move, I don't know.
But there's something about Queen H2 which reminds me of a 4-year-old or a 6-year-old playing chess. Oh God, please tell him to take on G5, and I play G5. And God, please tell him to don't think of this H7 pawn. Queen H2 almost seems hopeful. It's probably a sophisticated move, but you know what I mean, right? And we all have set a little trap, and then we're praying, saying, "Please let him not notice this." It reminds me of
like checkmating on the other wing. And
Bishop G5, Head G5. Maybe he won't realize my queen and rook are together in the H file or something. So.
Okay, Prague realized that?
Yes, that's true.
But okay, Bishop C1 is sometimes...
It's actually a sophisticated plan.
Yes,
by the way, I just reminded me of a childhood story. It doesn't not what I was implying I was doing, but...
sometimes this is a pleasant. I know that Kožul told me that sometimes... and then
Bishop B2 can be very... Because all black's usual Sicilian ideas don't work anymore. In fact, you know what I would do? If you played B3, I would just play rook C3, Bishop B2, Queen C7. I hope you take it, because it's the only way to spoil a thing somehow.
Got it. Okay, so Prague was playing this way. Okay, D5 is, of course, typical breakthrough. Complicated position. Usually white is better here, but if managed to block, but D4 maybe it's an option, Messy play. I think you played like so many rapid blitz in this type of things, huh?
Yes. I'm just thinking, sometimes you may just want to play D3 and be rid of it, rid of that pawn. Because you have such good composition, you eliminate a lot of pieces. Anyway, he went Bishop D5, so take, G6, I guess? No, he didn't go
Queen
G6.
E2.
Because G6, he was afraid of Rook C5, probably.
Okay, tense. Really hard to say. Probably black, you know better, but black seems to be doing well.
I don't know. Still, G6 seems like a nice long-term plan. And what do you do?
I'll probably say H6 will be played, but...
That is risky, because I can take and I can play Rook D G1 or Rook H G1.
Okay, Bishop F8 it will be played later, but
then,
it's
Queen
tough.
E4 is centralized. I can play F5 somewhere, so...
Listen, this type of positions I like to comment, not to play.
Come on, you're a rouser.
No, but anyway,
you're
come
a
on.
Rouser sufferer yourself. You suffer these positions.
But it's tough. It's tough, really, Vishy.
To be honest, I prefer white.
Got it.
I think it's easier because it's the most basic plan. You can just play G6 and you're done. I don't know what black is supposed to do.
With Dragana today, we were just commentating how many players have crossed 2800, and we were not sure. We started with really low number.
26 or 30 or something like that in total.
28. Okay, not live. We were just published.
No, whoever. Always published will be slightly higher than live.
Yes.
Though it's very unlikely that someone crosses live and never gets crossed.
They say Giri. I don't know. Is it correct?
No, Giri was actually on the list.
He was? Okay, so maybe it was not updated. Yeah, Giri maybe it's true.
At least I remember that he was on some list. He was 2800.
Yeah, but the point is now that Gukesh and Arjun, they are very close, right? Arjun is...
Yeah, but they're very smart. They're doing it in the end of the month. So the live list will be the official list as well. Arjun is winning easily today.
Yeah.
He's just 2 pawns up, so that's all. So he's crawling closer and closer.
Closer and closer.
And the problem for him is he's basically betting. He's doing 10-1 bets, 9-1 bets every day. he can keep winning 1 point for 7
Yes,
rounds, and
exactly.
then one thing goes wrong, he loses 9. That's basically the kind of odds he's giving. So,
Yeah,
but he's lucky that he's already 96 or something. So he needs to go correctly like this 3 more times.
in former time, that was not the case. People were avoiding this type of game, right? But
yes, because even a draw kills you. A draw, you lose 5 games, 5 wins are compensated by 1 draw. So you don't even have to lose the game.
I commented that now when you have Gukesh like scoring like really crazy stuff at first board at Olympiad, then you have Arjun just winning all the events, Prague playing well. Suddenly players like Vidit and even Nihal, they don't look so brilliant, but they are really good players. So I'm
Sure.
just
Anyway, party line is that officially Arjun and Gukesh don't care about their ratings. I mean, they say this, so we should point out that they said it. Whether we believe it or not,
Okay, got it.
Officially they say they don't care about their ratings, they just love chess. And thing. But as a fan, people are curious about these 2800.
Yes, of course.
It'll be
But
quite funny.
Alireza, for example, when he played European teams and scoring and he was the youngest who I think crossed 2800, the really level of play was incredibly high. Like now Gukesh is playing to be able to score heavily on the first board. It's really crazy. Vidit is suffering today, or what's going on here? These are tough games. 25-50. You are black. You want to win, maybe.
Is it? I guess White is going to play Rook C1. No, White.
Yeah,
will play
Rook C1
White
probably.
will play Knight E3 also.
Okay.
White can play E4.
E4 I'm thinking, but then you jump in, right?
Yeah, but if you jump in, I just play Knight E3 and I play D5 next. And how do you get away?
It doesn't look great.
I mean, it's actually quite a horrible position if you don't. If D5 is happening and then E5 is happening, it's just resigns. No?
Mm-hmm.
I think you will have to trade queens.
But Vidit could be a good swindler, huh? What do you think? In some bad positions.
Well, clearly he's provoking a struggle against someone he thinks he can beat. Mm-hmm. But come on, E4.
Yeah, E4 is the move. I think you should jump to C3. Well, probably C3. I don't know.
Or Knight B6 is possible. But
okay.
Even Knight takes B6. Or I can play Knight E3. Queen C2.
I think Knight E3 looks more.
Yeah, but then you can take and maybe play King D7 and no, but anyway D5 or something. D5. But instead of E4, what else is possible? 1 second. Is Knight E3 possible?
Yeah, we can just check for a second. E4 just kills. Yeah, Knight B6.
It seems huge.
Yeah, you said you take. It's
B6,
correct.
yeah.
And Knight C3.
Exactly, because you cannot trade everything because I go Rook C7 in the end.
Knight C3. Knight A5 or Knight E3. It's just dead lost.
Yeah.
So what has happened? What went wrong? It was Catalan. You played it with White only rarely, right? Catalan.
I played it in one match against Topalov, and then after a few months I thought, let me play it again, and then I realized that I'd forgotten all the lines, and I thought, okay, maybe. I mean, if I'm bad in the Grunfeld, I should be bad in the Catalan.
Yes.
So
okay.
even
got your point.
But
so you realized that you were bad in Grunfeld, and then you were just scanning all the similar openings. Just
no, I don't know why. After the matches, there's a period when I keep playing my match preparation, but then I give up and I switch back to my old repertoire because you're playing in tournaments, and then you're playing many more people, and you don't need such highly researched openings in only few areas. So.
Okay, Vishy, some next plans?
I will be going to many tournaments. I will be visiting Calcutta. Mm-hmm. I will be visiting Singapore.
Championship
match, and then I will be going to New York for the
Rapid and Blitz. Playing or
no? I'm not playing. I'll just be
okay. And I know that, as I said, you will be careful in prediction, but somehow everyone is saying that Gukesh became a favorite in the meantime because of Ding's shape. But what do you think?
Okay, I'll put it this way. It's like shares. I can tell you that Gukesh is a share that has performed very well this year. But we know, as they say, past performance thing. And Gukesh is smart enough to know that you World Championships, you don't just go to collect, you win it.
Yeah.
So he knows that he still has to work, and that's it. But it would be foolish to say that on their performances this year that Gukesh is not the huge favorite, but Ding has a chance. Let's state this very clearly. Ding has a chance to raise his game. Maybe finally the World Championship will be the motivation that other events were not. He will think and somehow everything else is blocked out. You're only playing a match with one guy, so it's easier to focus.
How many matches you played in total?
Okay, if you take all the candidates matches, then there were Drev, Karpov, then in the next cycle Yusupov, Kamsky. In this cycle it was Romanishin, Adams, Kamsky, it's already 7. Then I played Kasparov 8. Then I played Karpov was 6 games.
Yes, 6 games.
You can count it like a candidates match. Then of course in knockouts I played a lot of 2-game matches, but these longer matches. And then Kramnik, Topalov, Gelfand, Carlsen. So 5 more. So that's quite a lot.
Yes.
Though there was this huge gap because for essentially 15 years I didn't play any matches, and then I started to play them a lot again. So there was this 2 federation stuff and so on. So a long time the matches weren't happening.
Magnus was saying that it was really exhausting to prepare for those matches. How about you? Were you suffering a lot?
You can see that. You can see in my play that initially the matches were very good for me as a motivation and everything. When I was young, it was fantastic motivation. But also chess was not so computerized then. So when I trained for a match in the 90s, you felt you could live off that work for 1 year. You could use the same ideas for 1 year in tournaments. Unfortunately, with computers, you don't have that luxury because anybody who switches on the position will get the same ideas more or less. So, but clearly by 2010, only focusing on those matches affected my chess a lot. And then for 2 years, 1.5 years, I was in a big crisis.
And when you were playing,
only in 2014 I started to play good chess again. So I understand what he's saying, but at the same time, I was 37 when I was playing the second wave of matches, 37 to 43, and these guys are all teenagers now, so it doesn't have to affect them.
Got it. And let's say, okay, it's hard to imagine how big pressure. You were playing in Chennai, like a local star, an Indian star. This pressure is really huge. How is possible to somehow isolate of it?
It's very hard because even when you think you're isolating it, you think you're not thinking about it, you don't realize it, but you're thinking inside. And it's that sort of thing that you can pretend you're not affected, but somehow you're affected anyway because deep down you feel what are people thinking. You can tell people I don't care, but inside it's not the same.
It was funny. It was funny when we were driving, you and me in Chennai, and then I asked you, and you mentioned some hotels, and then I asked you about, I don't know, was it Crown Plaza? Where you played this match against?
Yeah, I played in the Hyatt.
Okay, Hyatt, and then I asked you, how about Hyatt? Do you go there from time to time? You said we don't go there.
Yes, I went there once or twice, and I tried to shrug it off, but even looking at the venue, you immediately, you go back to what after all was a very unpleasant chess scenario. Well, Vasya said it best. Somebody once asked him, what's your favorite city? And he said, my favorite city is where I play well. And of course he's right. It's, they expected some answer like Paris, but he said anywhere I do well is like Paris. And I understand his point that somehow for us, the way people think, what was I doing when I was in this place? We are thinking, which move did I make?
Exactly. Okay, last question, Vishy. I don't want to bother you too much. So, Indian gold, men and women. Okay, how big was that later in India and in India media and everywhere?
It got a lot of attention. Definitely it's something that a lot of people are aware of. The Prime Minister announced it in a speech he was making in New York. He had gone to New York, he was talking to the Indian community there, and in the middle of his speech he got, literally it happened simultaneously. He was already started his speech. His office got a notice thing, so they quickly sent a paper up to him And he says, by the way, today I can share with you this news that our youngsters have just won the chess Olympiad for both men and women together. And then, so, it definitely made a huge impact. They were received everywhere and so on.
Does Modi, Prime Minister, he plays chess or do you think? Does he know?
I'm pretty certain he has no time to play chess, but he may follow it at some level.
Got it.
Because even when he was chief minister of a state rather than prime minister of the country, he did quite a lot of important events and so on. So. Okay.
I love the way how you're conducting interviews, Vishy. It was really great, and I'm so happy that you're with us. Thanks for coming.
Thank you.
Okay, guys, we go for a short break, and then we will move on with commentary. We're back, and Dragana is again with me.
And I'm speechless. I'm completely
Why?
speechless. I was here in the studio, of course, watching the interview live, like 1 meter ahead of them, and I'm just speechless. It's just, you know, we all see Vishy on the television, on the news, on game analysis, live commentary, whatever, and you get the feeling what type of person he is, but suddenly when you're sharing the same room with him, it's just so calm, it's just so peaceful. He looks like such a nice down-to-earth guy, even though he's an ex-world champion. I don't know, guys, I'm speechless.
Yeah, Vishy is a legend. He has a great sense of humor.
Yes.
Very polite. Yeah, I like him a lot. Maybe it's a moment that we just make a stroll around the playing hall. So I just saw him with Nihal Sarin chatting after his interview in this room. I don't know what happened in Nihal's game. As I mentioned, we have Gukesh, Arjun, and all those heavy scorers and heavy rated guys, and then Nihal, although great player himself, maybe Vidit are somehow in a shadow, but anyway, yeah, very good player. So let's start with the cameras. Let's check how. His game, yeah, Vishy was laughing in terms of evaluating by the language, but he said that it's typical Gukesh pose.
Yeah, we still don't have any finished game in the first match. So the positions are tense. We're slightly approaching time trouble. We even have on board 6 minutes on the clock for black, but we will touch the games a bit shortly.
One detail, do you see, Dragana, in this camera we are following now? Do you see something strange or something interesting?
I don't know, I see Sokolov in the back.
Exactly, so you're right. So even usually when he's a captain, either he's standing above his players, or he sits and then he calculates. So now he's calculate. He's having this look, so in nowhere, and then trying to calculate for players. And it's funny, sometimes he sees really, really great stuff. Okay, it's not the same when you're playing and you are a little bit tired, and it's complicated, of course, much complicated to play than to just watch from a side, and then you're a little bit more fresh to come up with some interesting things. But this is typical events pose. Okay, let's move on.
In match of Alkaloid, we already have 3 decided games. Eric Gacy has already won, Yu Yangji has already won, and Alexander Indic. So first, third, and 6th board.
Yeah, we see Aravind at the back. Okay, some spectators or players, captains are following closer this match. The main difference is that you cannot enter the podium, so you need to be at this the second part of the stage. That's why players are more closer to this match and other matches which are not at the podium. Let's check the next camera.
In this match of Novibor, we have a game that has just finished a few seconds ago, I can even say. Navarra has won his game on the 3rd board versus Inigo Lopez.
Yeah, Vidit is struggling. At least that was the conclusion of Vishy. And he's trying somehow to come up with something. Just to remind you, last year Kamer was first board, and actually they were quite successful. They were second, and Vidit is now there. Okay, but I think he played also at some stage, but he couldn't play it last year because, if I'm not mistaken, there were maybe Asian games or something like this at the same time. And that was the reason why some players were not present in Club Cup. Okay, let's check other cameras. We have, Bu, who is pushing with white, but it's unclear. Mamedyarov is right behind him.
Korobov on board number 3, and Nijat Abbasov has already won his game, as well as Ishik Chan on board number 6. No, I'm sorry, it was a draw, so they are leading 1.5 to half.
That's a bit surprising result, because Ishik was a huge favorite, 2,500 against 21.
Master, versus... Yes.
Also, I see that in Gambit against Turkish Airlines, Romanov has made a draw.
A draw versus Andreikin, yes. Congrats.
Ivan Šarić made a draw. We will check that. Okay, let's just briefly go through cameras of women's section, then we'll switch to moves. So
we already have a draw in the first matchup, Beidulaeva versus Elizabeth Betts. As you've predicted, it was a draw on board number 4 on the first 2 boards. As you can see, we have Mamadzada versus Goryachkina and Salimova versus Vaishali.
Draw is normal outcome after that opening, where basically white was not enjoying any advantage. Here we see that flares are very focused. Let's switch to another camera.
This is still the same match as I've mentioned, board number 3.
Garifulina against Arasadet, and it's tense. Okay.
I believe it's Skripchenko in the back as their captain.
Almira. And let's move on with Bibisara against Stavrula.
Garudaika is leading 1-0 versus Mashaka Center. Bela Kutinashvili won with white pieces versus Beloslava Krastova. I think they've played quite a few times recently. I think they played at the last Olympiad, and I know that in the summer they played in Struga, where we had the National League. And even where Bela was playing for Alkaloid, and even though...
Okay, it's not surprising. Bela is grandmaster and better player, so it's not strange that white has won the game there. This is complicated. It's typical in Stavrula's game. What I see that Marva Nai is also trying to press. Radeva is focused. Let's move on. Another camera. Julia Osmak against Agnidze.
This is Gambit Bongoa versus Typhoon Shakalyublyana.
And let's check the moves. Let's stay with women section. Let's just check the first boards. So how is Mamadzada doing against Goryachkina? So what happened here? So I was following till this moment. Okay, c5, that was really good move, because waiting was not great. Usually this is not a good move because b5 is coming, but black is exploiting this chance that there is tactics. This is typical, basically. This was the thing that, for example, Alexander Alekhine, former world champion, was doing. So trying to solve some positional issues by tactical details. And here black is doing that, precisely that. So c5 is the move, because if you don't play it, and then this pawn push and this activity on queen side might be of importance. So here, exchanging on c5, knight d5 was played. I'm not sure that this is the right way to go, because black will have counterplay over the c file, and knight is a better blocker, but bishop is also fine. e4 immediately played. That's another way how to go, just to make counterplay with the e4, f5. Knight g6. Okay, Vrnjacka is playing with energy, very active. Rook will come to f8. Okay, knight e5 was okay, still normal move. And we have these opposite colors bishops without heavy pieces, queen and the rook. Let's say like this: if now we exchange all the heavy pieces, rooks and queens, it's a dead draw usually. Even pawn down. If you're pawn down, you have a chances to make a draw. There is only one rule that if you are 2 pawns up, or at least 1 pawn up, that you need to have passers with 2 lines between them to have a chance, and of course not to have wrong colored bishops and so on. But let's say if the queens are on, if the rooks are at least on the board, then if you are, let's say, pawn up in an endgame, you have chance to win. Usually pawn down, no chances to attack. But when the queens are on the board, you can be sometimes pawn down, even 2 pawns down. But if you have activity and chances to attack, then that's very important. So here it looks that black position is much promising in terms of attacking possibilities. So black is of course much better here. She didn't want to take en passant, but yeah, she just wants to prepare g5. Now queen is a blockading piece, which is not ideal, but anyway, yeah. Black is much better, and we shouldn't forget that Gunay is very long time.
Yeah, only 2 minutes on the clock, and this is move number 22, so still a lot more moves to be played.
So what will happen? So rook g8 will be played. There are several ways also that you start transferring your other rook.
And somehow the moves for black seem logical and easy, and I don't see such an easy way for white to continue. How do you find the...
I agree. Okay, white will try to somehow to put pressure over b file, and sometimes in this type of positions you don't want to be annoyed. You just want to make your plan. Okay, my plan is to start attack on the king, and sometimes you are annoyed when you need to spend some time to solve something on the other wing, and it was the case. It was the case in many games when you have this real pressure that you want to immediately start attacking, and suddenly there is some other job to be done. So,
and it's a fine line whether you just keep on attacking or you just wait a move or two and try to defend this threat. It's always hard to...
Yeah, I agree.
Find the correct balance.
Okay, so let's move on. Let's check the next board. So what has happened here? We left around. So d3 was played. So white played the h4. This was the moment when Vishy was thinking, and in the end she opted for h4, allowing this d3 and king f8. Okay, this was as expected, but it was not an easy decision for white. But after she's done it now, it's a bit easier for her to move on. But it seemed that Salimova is just playing. Okay, now this question: either you take or not. Knight e4 will come, and maybe even rook lift at some stage, but maybe some players of like Arjun's caliber for sure would take in this pawn. Now the moment is gone. h5. Okay, this is very strong concession, because basically you are just killing your chances that your rook starts to play. I don't know. Then you're allowing this knight to land on g5. Okay, rook h6 is the idea. Got it. Very, very complicated battle. Around here, I think that black started to drift. So here, this is the moment. Somehow rook g8, g5 is something you want to do. I don't know, also you could start attacking this guy. Queen c7, rook d5. But these are the positions really tough. Because you know that there are chances that you start rolling something, but it's not obvious. You don't have this pre-experience where to go for it. It's easy to go wrong. And then, of course, engines later say, you should have gone this way.
Yeah, easy to analyze afterwards, but yeah, when you need to make a decision right away.
Yeah. So, very tough. But it seems that now Eshek de Monte Carlo is clearly in driving seat.
Yeah, they're still not leading, but
the positions seem to be in their favor. Let's check Garifulina. Okay, this board we haven't followed for a long. So around here it looks really bad for. Okay, depends of this game, of course. If white manages to win, then of course it will be very tough for Eshek de Monte Carlo to win that one. Captain is Almira, and let's say the guy behind their success is Jean-Michel Repair. We might get him in the studio because they are organizing, he and his team, they are organizing European Rapid and Blitz in Monte Carlo, then FIDE Grand Prix in February, Women Grand Prix, so...
Many major events,
yeah. Okay, so what's going on here? Suddenly, there is a mess. Okay, trying to distract the defense of this rook. F5. Okay, that's a mess. So around here, somehow white should have done it better. Knight d4 looks more to the point, and then you have this typical stuff, which is, of course, I would say the way you want to go with white. But here also black somehow should have. Okay, she went for this c2, but now you know what's the mistake. So if you take immediately on d5, ed takes, then this c5 is just okay. Good. White should probably be careful now, although it's not easy for black to activate this bishop. So maybe there's some kind of evaluation that it's drawish, but this looks unpleasant. I don't know. So probably she was calculating this, and this rook e8 was maybe unpleasant. But the way how she played c2 immediately, which is strange because now probably they would have a similar position. I don't know, bishop 2 takes, and we are now in the same position. So she wanted to go for it, but the execution was not right. Because now after c2, bishop a2, and you're not on time, yeah? F5 came, and now after e5, it looks very unpleasant. Okay, interesting battles on the first boards. If you have anything in chat, I think, Dragan, it's easy for you to read like this 500 comments.
Yeah, I'm trying to keep up, but also trying to see what's going on over here. So yeah, guys, if you have some questions, ask us.
Yeah, okay. You don't need to follow too much about those moves I'm showing. If you want to focus on that, it's also more than fine. It's up to you. Yeah. Let's check. So after e5, I'm not sure what will black do. So it's obvious that you need to take, and I cannot take with the pawn because I'm dropping a piece. So some rook e5 or bishop e5 is needed. Now we have double pin. Sorry, this way. So I'm not sure what's going on here. Always there is this idea that you open the d file with the point of promotion. So hard to say. E5, D takes, maybe rook takes, not to leave this rook hanging so that this guy stays on or C1, and now it's a mess. So probably Sarah, she needs to take on E5. This is the move screaming to be played. Okay, let's see how this match is going. Hang on, it looks okay. It's not clear. It looks better for white, but it's not clear because h5 is coming, and when h5 will be played, somehow black will regroup. Long term, the idea is to place the bishop and run with the king on this side. Okay, here at least white cannot break through, although white should be somehow better, but it's unclear. 2 minutes on the clock, not easy for black, but anyway, also white needs to find a way how to move on. Queen d2 played. Here, white was pushing around here. Knight h4 and rook f3 is something I would probably consider. So she went for other rook d2. That's strange because you want to push on this side. f5 played, e6. Okay, also there is a point to play that way, but it's a time travel and it's not easy to follow all the games, but this one is the one to follow. Here how this ended up, bishop c4, we were around here, and then yeah, it was just game over. Okay, maybe let's check this one. Black is just winning. Yeah, so it seems that they will win the match. Let's switch to men's section or open section. Let's see what do we have on the first board. We can combine it with camera of Gukesh. So let's check the moves. So we left around here. Vishy was commentating together with me, b5, king h1 played, knight g1 I mentioned, Vishy mentioned knight d1 as well. Okay, it was some kind of mess, e4. Very complicated. So knight a4 played, now e4 is a target. Probably bishop b6. Okay, black seems to be doing very well. Black is more than fine here, but it's some time pressure. This is beautiful place for the bishop, and some tactics will start slowly. This king will be forever in danger. Second board, we also left around here. So they were just repeating the moves with the... Okay, and then came with the bishop, then came this bishop a3, bishop b4. Okay, that was mistake, which was corrected. Yeah, d5, e5. This is typical motive. There is, I think, Polugaevsky book, which how the idea was born, or something like that was the name of the book. And you have this semi-tarash, and then you have this motive d5, e d5, e5, and then sacrifice on h7. And he almost wrote a whole book about that, like a secret idea. And this is typical motive. But black plays very well. Black is playing very good chess, and what can happen? It can happen that white will collect this guy, and then long term you will have 4 against 3, and depends of material left. Other pieces rooks will be on the board, queens, knights. Let's say that we get this pawn off the board and that white is a pawn up. I would say following. Rook's endgame, there is a chance. There is known stuff, for example, Piquet won against Garry Kasparov in that internet match. If you have knight 4 pawns against 3, there is a chance to win. Bishop, it would be a draw. Queen's endgame, also there is a possibility to win queen and 4 pawns against queen and 3 pawns. So I would say that the biggest chance to win, might be queen's endgame and knight's endgame. I'm not 100% sure. Okay, if you don't know how to handle, then rook's endgame. It's maybe even highest chance. It's quite complicated. So I'm quite curious what will happen. Will white manage to get that type of position, being a pawn up? Prague, after all this mess, so queen e4, h6, as we were commentating with Vishy. Vishy said that he would have taken white in this type of position. And yeah, here somehow Prague's chances looked grim. Okay, here he might have some chance to win long term. This is an asset, this h-pawn. And just briefly to check, Deak.
I have to interrupt you just for a second. I saw a question in this ocean of comments.
Yes.
Somebody is wondering whether Gukesh will cross 2800 mark with today's win if he wins. He's not crossing it still, so we still need a few more games. But for today, not for sure, but it gets him closer. Today's win is 1.5 points, elo points. So yeah.
Okay, thanks for that.
Stay tuned.
Okay, Bogdan is pushing. How about Far Forest? What's going on here? Okay, black is better. And the last board, Sindarov. Okay, Sindarov is a pawn up. So let's stick to Gukesh and Abdusattorov and Prague. Let's combine it with camera. So h3 played, which is an attempt to hide the king at least, but then g4, always knight g4 is an option, or at least trying to kick this knight. So that's an option. I don't know which game to follow, basically. Okay, maybe, yeah, I don't know. Let's maybe stick to one game.
Just a short update on the results. Alkaloid has already won their match. They're leading 4-0 with Aravind winning the fourth board. Then we have Novibor leading 3-0 already with David Anton and Mateusz Bartel winning their games as well.
Any upset?
If I find it, I will tell you.
So what's going on here? Knight h5 played. If you come with the king to h2, rook takes f5 is the idea. So 2 pawns are hanging. If you play g4, of course, you will drop the exchange. Yeah, it seems that the Gukesh is just winning this one.
So far, everything in the clear. Pavel Lilyanov has also won. Chigaev versus Peter Robertson is a draw.
Yeah, yesterday Marcus Rager has lost the game. That was e-pawn. It cuts white's position and also keeps the king in danger. Very strong piece. And what black will combine at some stage with this threat of pushing the c-pawn. So, to exchange or not to exchange? Yeah, rook f2 or even rook f7 is possible. Okay, white might combine it with queen g5. Is there any tactics already? I guess not. But maybe he's calculating some knight g3 stuff, but probably. Rook f6 is probably best. Also, it's possible to take, but you don't want to take this piece. I was thinking even this kind of stuff, because I think that this is better for black. But if you take rook g5, sorry, I cannot play rook g5. Rook h5, yeah, that was I wanted to keep, but now bishop g2. Okay, that doesn't work.
King on g3 looks very weird and
yeah. No need for that.
Right, yeah?
Rook f6, rook f8 even. But sometimes that takes your time, you know. You need to think where to go, several possibilities. There is no clear one. One it's obvious, and you need to calculate, which takes some time. Rook f6, maybe it's the most logical one. But anyway, rook f6, okay, the point is if you go queen g5, I guess that I can just play queen f7, if nothing better. So this is the thing you want to do. Okay, rook f6 played, Gukesh.
3 minutes for David. Move number 30, 10 more moves to be played. Yeah, of course we have this 30 seconds increment, but still.
Yeah, queen e2 will be played, I guess, g6. White is struggling because this c pawn at the right moment will be a huge asset. I don't believe that this game will have any
other result than Gukesh winning.
Exactly. Queen e2 g6, that's the scenario. I know, it looks very well for Gukesh. What do you think? Okay, Prague yesterday has lost the game. Somehow we got used that Gukesh and Arjun, they're just winning all the games. Yes, somehow we start to think
used to it when they're having a spectacular performances, Vishy said, especially after that Olympiad. I just think that everybody sees them as superstars right now, and it feels like they're unstoppable. Yeah,
it's hard to imagine that they can lose. Yeah. Suddenly you think that they are always on top. Yeah, just making best moves.
Even if the position is objectively worse for them or something like that, you still have faith that they will find a way to convert it back.
Turn the tables, exactly. Okay, rook, queen f7 or rook f8 even, everything is possible because the point is that this rook is hanging, and when you take on f6, then I take with my knight. So that's the case.
It comes back to the play. No, knight on the rim is dim.
Yeah. Okay, here this knight is actually closer to the king, which is weak, so this is the point here. Okay, let's see, has something happened in this game? Okay. It seems to me that Abdusatorov is somehow creating a mess. So e6 stuff is something black need to consider.
Maybe some queen h5 or...
No, I was thinking some e6 immediately or something, but also there are some other ideas. For example, if you play this, okay, he takes. So this is the point. So first, maybe to get rid of, and then some queen h3 coming, but okay, there is a counterplay here. So if I push, you take, I play here, if you take with, I don't know, with bishop, check, I move my king, you play h6, I take, you move your king, I give check. Now this looks danger because of some stuff Maybe I can take on c4, then bishop b1. So let's say that you take, and take here. I take on f2, you come back. I'm not sure that you can win this one, but okay, there are chances. If you go, I don't know, queen f8, exchange, and king h7. I know some setups, yeah, when it's a draw pawn on g5 and king waits and bishop, you transfer the bishop here. So I don't know, is that an option? Is this something black is trying to get? Yeah, Abdusattorov is thinking. There are several ways how to move on, but e6 is the one you want to go.
And if we just exchange the bishop first on c4?
So bishop c4 takes, checkmate is down, and queen is also hanging.
But I can take.
Okay, here.
E8, yeah.
Yeah, rook takes, and you cannot take on c4 because of checkmate.
No, okay, I don't have to take on c4. It's just.
Okay, I understand your point, but this type of position probably.
Yeah, if you have the option for the other one.
Or take on e5 immediately, yeah. So white is thinking. Important moment. Where to go? We can go full screen just to check with the camera how tense is the moment. So Abdusattorov is thinking, Ivan Sokolov is there calculating e6 for sure.
Yes, tense moments. We have Zeitnot over here, only 1 minute on the clock, almost 1 minute for.
Yeah, Gukesh has played that move. You can see guys on the screen. Prague, we don't know that position. Let's check that position. Let's have a board back. So let's see how Prague is doing. So what has happened here? So we left around here. Queen d5 played. Interesting decision. That he didn't come with his king or move away the bishop, so he went queen d5. Okay, that's a mess, really. What's going on here? So how am I stopping the pawns?
5 to 5, but I have a passer.
Okay, I can play e6. If you go king f8, I might push, and I will stop it. h5, h4, bishop e5, bishop f4, and probably this is a draw because. Okay, still h3.
Pawns, e6, g6, f5. They look like monsters, no?
I don't know whom to. Yeah, I don't know what to prefer. Let's say b3. If you go bishop g1, then I have this bishop d6 and f6 stuff. So you always need to, take an eye on this f6, which means that you need to wait. Okay, I cannot break through maybe because you're just waiting. When I move my king to d3, at some stage, for example, you just wait. I can come with the d3. You just take and wait. I don't know, somewhere, and probably it's a draw. No one can make an improvement. So games. So Gukesh, it seems to be doing very well. Queen b5 played. Which move is that? So Gukesh, yeah, he's just winning now. He will either correct or collect this guy, and you will allow this rook to penetrate. And okay, this game is basically over. This is the game to follow, and Prague's game. So here, last two moves. e6 played, and now is a tough moment for black. 50 seconds.
But it wasn't e6 immediately. We first had
Queen h3.
queen h3.
Ah no, queen
Queen
f5,
and then
g6, queen h3, h5, e6. Okay.
Okay, it looks a bit messier.
Yeah, it looks unpleasant when you're playing against Abdusatorov and suddenly he starts throwing everything on your king.
30 seconds on
But
the clock.
only good thing is that you just need to make 2 moves. It's not so much.
It isn't, but suddenly, I don't know, looks like a lot of things to be calculated, no?
I agree. I fully agree. So what do? You know that e takes f7 would be with the check.
You know that you cannot take on e6 as well. Bishop
f6. Reasonable idea. Okay, that's a reasonable move. Yeah, probably the best practical decision. Since if you take, I move my king to h8 and I will try to get rid of your attacking piece. Now, it's not clear how will white break through. Bishop f6, very good move.
defensive mechanism, yeah?
Can you check please how old is Levin? So I know that they are young. So to be able to play this way, actually he's playing a great game.
18?
Yeah, 18.
17 or 18 years old, yeah?
Great.
Very young team.
Does he looks that way on the camera? You are maybe better. You are maybe better to.
I don't have my glasses, but still.
You are maybe better to predict.
I don't know. Teenagers these days look very older, so I wouldn't be right to try to guess. But we have EF7 on the board and
King h8. Okay.
Right away.
Time travel is over. I don't know what's going on. Okay, now Abdusatorov will start to calculate everything. So probably this kind of stuff. And now I don't know. Is there a checkmate or not? Probably not. Okay, being pawn up. Okay, we might end up in some kind of pawn up position, which is unpleasant to play. Pawns on the same wing. This type of thing will happen and he will start just to roll around for an hour or more. How about Prague? Has something happened here? So we left around here. h4, king d3, nice move. h4 you cannot take because the pawn is running. Okay, quite curious. One more move. Okay, king f4, f8 or b4, these are the moves.
And you're safe from time trouble.
Yeah, but it's not easy for black. Maybe this is wrong. And just king comes. How do you stop that? But that would be crazy if Prague lose this one. Huh?
Yeah.
Could you believe?
We have a finished game in this match. Board number 6, Sindarov won.
Yeah, that's
okay, but it's
expected.
Now, yeah?
Jordan van Forest is better and Deak as well. So yeah, they're cruising toward the victory, but second and third. Okay, hang on. Is there a move on Nordibek board? But why did he?
Wait, what?
Why did he hurry? He just took and just played it super fast. Why did he play 41st move? Okay, Gukesh has won his game. We can go full screen just to check.
To see the official handshake. And with this win, Super Chess is leading 2-0, as we've mentioned. They are cruising towards the win. Unfortunately, we do not see the full situation over here, but yeah, nice win for Gukesh, coming closer to 2,800. The Indian fans are very excited for sure. This young generation of Indian players who is just unstoppable. And we are slowly exiting the time trouble, but actually we are in the last seconds in some boards.
Yeah, so let's go back, let's get back the board. So what's happening? So Gukesh has won the game. Abdusattorov is pushing. Now probably just winning. So h4 was missed. h4 is just winning. And okay, White has won the game, or the game is still in progress? I'm not sure.
Which one?
Abdusattorov.
Abdusattorov, maybe we can go with.
Yeah, has won. No, the game is still in progress. Yeah, and Prague. What is Prague doing? King f3 played.
Yeah, Black is still.
Yeah, White. He played King f8. Deak is winning. Pawn up. Farm Forest is winning. Pawn up. Let's check other games in progress. Vei is winning. Oh, and we have other games.
Yeah, Alkaloid 5-0, Novibor 4-0. So we have the top matches being secured already.
Okay, Vidit has managed to survive this tough position somehow. e4 was not played as suggested by Anand. Okay, it came a bit later. And actually he managed to... Okay, it was a mess. What has happened here? It's a real mess.
And I believe that we might have some very interesting guests in the studio.
Yes, I would love to see. Yeah, knight d4, bishop b2.
So guys, let me stand up and make some room for our next guest.
And we are back. Gukesh Domarayu is with me. Gukesh, congratulations for your win.
Thank you.
Yeah, Vishy was in my studio. We were commenting your game in, let's say, in the middle game. So around here, he jumped in, but maybe we can do it from start. You blitzed the moves. Yeah. Let's say this.
So I wanted some quick play on the queen side, and I thought like if I don't get b5, it might get a bit shaky because white has all kinds of d4 ideas.
Were you thinking about queen e8, queen e8, queen h5?
Yeah, that was one of the plans I thought about, which I later, played also. But
Basically, your opponent is playing like Sicilian reverse colors, like close
yeah,
Sicilian. These motifs, queen d2, are known as well. But at some stage, okay, so Vishy was around. You were not sure how white will move on. Will, I don't know, rook e1 and then maybe trying to e4 at some stage or just wait. But
yeah, I thought like knight d1, knight f2 was one plan. And also, I think he played king h1 with the idea of
knight g1,
knight g1, yeah. Which I also thought was quite interesting during the game. Felt a bit slow. Queen e8, knight g1, I just wanted like bishop d8, knight f3, and headsets.
Okay. So knight d8, knight d1 expected?
Yeah, knight d1, not expected, but okay, I saw that this was possible. But my plan, anyways, was to go bishop d8.
Okay.
And yeah, bishop a3 was a clever move, I think, because now he's forcing me to play c5.
Yeah, because of
And
course
then,
you don't want to repeat the moves. So c5.
I was not very happy to play c5, but also I thought I can still push for d5, so it's not that bad.
Okay.
And
he returned.
oh, here I'm e4.
E4 immediately, but okay, I'm not sure about this engine, how strong is it, but yeah.
e4, I thought like maybe knight f2. But I get ed3. Yeah.
It's some kind of mess like go to b6.
Yeah, maybe this was better, but okay, I was kind of planning to play d5 anyways, so.
Okay, so he took.
I thought cb5 was a bit weird, maybe not necessary. I was also thinking something like knight dc3. And
Coming back.
yeah, b4, knight d5, but yeah, I just thought it was like a very complicated position.
Yeah, okay. So you went, he took, you went AB, E4. Okay, basically you are, of course, a big favorite in terms of rating. You like to have this type of position.
Yeah,
it's calculation,
very,
you have chances.
Yeah, it's a very unclear position. And yeah, take c4. I thought he didn't need to rush with f5 because then I have a clear plan, but he can just go, I thought, like b4.
B4 immediately.
Yeah, because the knight a4 ideas that I got in the game with f4, it's not that strong.
So he played f5, bishop f7, b4, knight b6. That was very well played.
Yeah, here I wanted to play rook a8, but I was like really trying to figure out after knight e3, knight a4, rook a4, g4.
So rook a8, knight e3 you mentioned, knight a4,
knight
takes,
a4.
takes, rook takes.
Yeah, g4, and I was really not sure about this one.
Probably, yeah, not probably, you know better, but you're right. It looks.
Yeah, it's kind of, I don't know. I couldn't find a clear way, so I thought what I played was I had more control. Queen
c6, knight e3, knight a4.
Yeah, take. And okay, this position should just be better for black.
Yeah.
And okay, a3 is just a blunder, I think, because it was too slow. Yeah, queen d7, a3, bishop b6. Now I'm threatening knight g4.
Knight g4, h3.
Yeah, knight h5, I get the point.
Rook f5, and then sometimes people are watching in terms of that you're getting in close to time trouble, but it seems that you have full control, that you don't mind being like yesterday's game. You were like playing in some not severe time trouble, but in serious time trouble for a long.
Yeah, I mean today it was a bit different because we were both playing by ourselves from move 5. So usually we start around move 10, move 15. This was like 10 moves earlier, so it makes sense. But I think I was always ahead on time than my opponent. So.
People, of course, are chat is screaming, will you cross 2800 so soon? I guess at the moment the World Championship match is much more important for you as a main goal.
Yeah, I mean, both are important. Right now I'm just focused on this tournament, and I feel like if I mean today was a good game, I'm happy about that, and if I just keep playing good chess, good things will happen.
You were playing also many tournaments. The Olympiad was quite exhausting. Were you thinking maybe not to play like in these first rounds because opponents are not, let's say, on like grandmaster high level, but you don't mind playing?
There's a 7-round tournament, and yeah, like more games, more practice. Yeah.
Okay. Don't want to bother you too much. Hopefully, we'll see you more in the studio, and good luck with your games. Okay, guys, let's go back. You can go.
What a day for this studio and for this commentary. Guys, you had Anand in the studio, you had Ivanchuk in the studio, and you had Vukish.
Okay, so Bobby Fischer is next, then Kasparov, Carlsen.
And the day is not over yet. So who knows, yeah?
Yeah, they are really nice, and as I said, I'm a big fan how they're acting. Yesterday, Prague was actually getting over that loss. Also, very professional, very nice. So this is what we need in chess. Yeah,
True
polite,
examples,
true like, yeah, examples, role models, and
role models.
yeah, big like for Gukesh and also other champions around.
See how it's just simple. It's not okay. I'm worried. I'm just focused on this game today, and this is it. Yeah, I have more chances to practice. I'm not getting exhausted. I'm not calculating whether this will be too much or not. I just want to play. I'm doing what I love. I just want to play. More time to practice, more time to get ready, basically for the championship.
Yeah, listen, I spent like half of my life on like chess, on improvement of playing, and I was like close to 2600. My career high was 2597. But there is a universe between me and him in terms of calculation, analysis, and everything. Sometimes it seems that, okay, I can maybe follow his thoughts, maybe give some opinion. But believe me, guys, it's like totally different level. We are grandmasters, but I'm not even close to any part of his understanding and so on. So I'm also chess fan, so I like to hear something.
And they're always so polite. They're always so calm, and just willing to give an interview, willing to come and give some analysis for you guys. So this is what we highly appreciate.
I think the main point is that I can play some game. I can suggest a move, maybe find a concept. But I can do it only few times a year, let's say. But they can really do it like for a long, for hours, for games, for months. That's crazy how big understanding and level of their play it is. It's really admirable. Yeah, so it's quite obvious that they will cross 2800.
Yeah, no doubt about it. Whether this will be at this tournament or not, but the likes of this are very high, to be honest.
Yeah, maybe it's a moment now that we stroll around the playing hall. Let's see who has left. We can do it full screen. Any comments in
I will see.
yeah, sometimes people are like used to in some events when there are contracts, for example, World Championship match, and you need to go to the press office.
Yeah, and this is actually what I'm guessing all of the viewers do not know. At this tournament, you do not have a contract. You do not have to come to the studio. So every person, every player we have here, we are very grateful that they come because they are not obliged to. It's their pure will.
Yeah. So let me check the playing hall. Not many games left, but on the podium there are still. Guys, you have a feeling now about the playing hall. Sometimes it's tricky because players are deep in thoughts, and to realize that there are stairs to be careful. But yeah, they are actually doing this quite well. No accidents, nothing, and the venue is very good. Playing hall, enough space, chairs, tables, everything is quite nice.
Somebody mentioned Nihal Sarin interview, an interview with Nihal yet, this championship.
I mentioned that Nihal was discussing his game with Anand, so they were together after the game, so that was actually...
Yeah, because somebody thought that he was already here. It's only round 2, guys, but we hope to get him in the studio as well at some point.
Exactly. Yeah, when I mentioned some game or some book name, it's nice that viewers in chat are providing us that info, so that's good. Let's check the cameras. Let's move on to the first boards. As we know, Gukesh has left his table. I think that Abdusattorov is just finishing his game, so Ivan Sokolov is quite happy about his top boards, unless something strange happens there, but I don't believe. Yeah. Hand on. Let me have a board. Has something changed, happened? So we left around here. Queen e6. Queen e6, bishop takes, queen g6, threatening queen h5. And the point is, if you take the bishop, I take, you take, I take, and then rook lift just decides the issue. If you go queen d8, h4 was the key move, since if you take, then it's a checkmate. Queen f6 was played. Aha, okay. Rook's endgame was sort of forced. And now it's white's turn. White can be a pawn up, 2 pawns up, for example, this way. I don't know, let's say. But also white can go different. Okay, it's not so clear. Rook h6 played. Yeah, it is, basically. It will be 2 pawns. And it's known that 2 pawns, they're winning, if they're connected, winning against 1 pawn. How is Prague doing? Okay, Gukesh told me before we started our commentary that, yeah, white is pushing. He understands this perfectly. So it will be a tough day for Prague. But let's move on with cameras. Let's just check what's going on.
And I saw another question in the chat, whether if Gukesh
now getting rid of this stick. Adjusting the pieces, and what is the result in their match? So Alkaloid
was leading 5-0, I think, if I'm not mistaken. So
6-0. They couldn't manage in the first round.
But they came back stronger today. 6 to win.
Okay, as I said, it's important to score match points, but also it's quite useful that you just win small points.
Yeah, and so far, let me update you on the results. So Super Chess is winning 2-0, Alkaloid won 6-0, Novibor still only 4-0, and Pending Chess Sport Club 4.5-0 so far. And Turkish Airlines is leading 3.5-0, and Typhoon leading 3-1. Ante Brkic made a draw, by the way.
Against whom?
Against Viktor Kurochkin.
Yeah, probably.
23.
Yeah, let's check the cameras briefly, and then we will go to the boards again.
And we have a lot of finished results in the women's section. Sirmium Sremska Mitrovica is leading 1.5-0, Garifulina 1. Then we have a finished match. Garudajka won 3.5-0 versus Mashika Center. Bibisara won on the first board against Stavrola. There was only a draw on the second board between Divya and Mainarva, and then Bela Kotinashvili we already saw. Zhoka Gal got a point versus Victoria Radeva. Then Typhoon Shuk Ljubljana also won 3.5-0. Only draw was on board number 4. Laura Unuk was surprised by Elvira Berendt. And Julia Osmak won. Olga Kalinina won. No, I'm sorry. Julia Osmak lost to Nana Jagnidze. Zhuiner also won. Olga Badalka won. And this is how they finished.
Yeah, some games still in progress. Some matches are over. So woman match we have on the camera is over. So let's check some games. I see Mamedjarov is having interesting end game. So it's a match of where is Mamedjarov? It's a match of LSG against Bayagan, Azerbaijani team, if I'm not mistaken. It's match number 5 or 1, 2, 3, 4. Match number 4. Shak Mamedjarov. He's playing against Willem de Jong. We can get this at camera as well. I think it's our last camera in open section. So while we are waiting for the board, for the camera, we can check what's going on. Okay, it seems the Shak is just winning. We need to have him on the camera, but while we are waiting, let's find.
Yeah, so this is match number 4. Yeah, we got.
No, this is first. This is first match.
Seeing correctly, yeah.
Okay, let me check what has happened here. Last camera in the open section. This is first match we are now seeing, so we need to go a little bit more to our open sections. Well, let me check. Yeah, now we have it. Yeah, we have some discussion. Let's have it a full screen. It seems that he just won the game.
Yeah, he's smiling, he's happy.
Yes.
Some short analysis. Is it with... it's not for a second there I thought it's Borki Predovic, but of course it's not.
Yeah, it's Parham Maksodlo. So actually it was a dead draw. But it's a bit, it's tucked, no?
Yeah,
Yeah.
we got a short.
It was a dead draw at some stage, but I will show it. We can combine it now with the board. So guys, you can see what happened. So it was around here. White was enjoying a stable advantage. Okay, stable, normal position. And then Shak went for this position. White seems to be doing fine, more than fine. Exchange, temporary exchange, sacrifice. And okay, that was very wise decision for White to sacrifice the pawn for activity. A7 was falling and the king is cut. It looks like a dead draw. And to be able to win this one, you really have to be very, very skillful to win this one. He just marched with the king. Okay. Now king c5 was missed. Okay, king c5, what was missed? b3 doesn't work because I will have some checks. b2. Okay, this is actually what maybe was missed. That king c6.
You're threatening.
And then you come to
b7, yeah?
So that's why he might not played it, because it's a dead draw in that case. See, he came down and he was just outplayed. Yeah, and pawn just starts rolling, hiding the king behind the edge pawn. Now this edge pawn basically helps black. Okay, this is what happened here. So let's see which games do we have at all. Okay, let's start with women's section. So which games are in progress?
We have very little on the top boards. We have the first two boards of the first match. Mamadzada versus Guryachkina, and then we have Salimova versus Vaishali, and Salimova seems to be suffering.
How did she manage to hold here? Okay, instead of heading towards the checkmate, Alexandra took this materialistic approach, g4. Okay, at least trying not to lose without the fight. Okay, you see, suddenly,
the evaluation bar.
Yeah, suddenly it was not clear at all. Yeah, she misplayed it, and it seems that we can have her on the camera, so you can see that she is probably worried. Yeah, she misplayed it. Okay, at the moment it looks drawish, but of course anything can happen. How is Vaishali doing?
She seems to be pushing or maybe even winning, yeah?
Yeah, it seems that everything went her way. So we left around here. So rook was activated, f6. Okay, that was a mess, real mess. And Salimova, usually this is typical test of your shape. If you're in good shape, then suddenly you can break through. But if you're not, then everything looks complicated. Okay, that was a mess. And yeah, Vaishali just outplay her. Now it's probably just winning. So what will happen if you take with the rook? I take, you take, I give check, and I probably win. Do I win even a pawn endgame? Might happen. Let me check. And I don't know, some. Okay, this is not so easy.
You wanted to make
I want, yeah, but probably it's just winning. So I come up, for example. Sorry, king g6. King goes to f3, you come to f5, I play to e3. I don't know, if you go to g4, I will play g3, I will play f4. Let's say this type of position, and now I will make a breakthrough. And I will have distant passer, and that's it. So probably it's just forcing e5 was played, and I don't know, queen e6. So Vaishali is winning, which means...
Which would be 1.5 to 1.5. Which
Yeah,
means that-
Garifulina has won. Okay, Goryachkina, it was very important
yes,
for Eshek de Monte Carlo that
will
Goryachkina.
end up like a crucial game.
Let's see how Bibisara has won against
Solakidou?
Stavrula. Yes. Yeah, at this moment I was not sure. It looked to me that the worst for black, or that black is having a interesting position, but also this is typical test of your shape. You have a good position, but you can go wrong so easily. Okay, Stavrula took this route, so g4 probably was necessary to do it immediately. Okay, this is a mess again. And she was crazy long time, and basically she blundered everything. Yeah,
Very unfortunate.
test of a good shape, and if you're in bad shape, that doesn't work. In the end, they lost heavily.
Yeah, 3.5 to half. Honestly,
Here,
wasn't expecting
the
this.
the match is over. Any upset in women's section?
No, we
That
have
you
a slight
have any individual result with some unexpected
slight
outcome?
draws, but
Okay, that means that in women's section, basically, Vaishali will win. We are following one game. So please keep an eye on that game. Mamadzada against Goryachkina, can something happen, but it looks very drawish. That means that 2-2 will probably be the result.
I see a possible upset. Adela Velikic versus Rakhmangulova in the match of Shakayavesh Modra versus Crvena Zvezda. And Crvena Zvezda last year took the bronze medal, even though they're not playing in the same composition this year. But they might come back up to fight for the medal in the next.
So let's check. So we have Rakhmangulova against Velikic. Let me calculate a bit. Yeah, maybe that's just a move. You cannot do anything. If you go f2, I go king f1. What was the last moves? So she just misplayed it. Probably that was missed. That bishop a6, and of course g2 is bad, but f2. Now you need to come here, but king g2 always. If you, yeah, you're just dropping this pawn, and I'm controlling f1 square. So bishop a6 just do the job. Yeah, bishop a6 and game over.
Yeah.
So here in that match,
we have a draw on the first board, which was also...
okay, here white is suffering, but maybe not much. And the last board, it's a mess. Okay, you can keep an eye on this match. We will switch to open section. But here, yeah, it seems good for Chaves Modra. Yeah, let's check open section. What do we have there? So what we are basically following, Abdusattorov, what did he do? So bishop, rook a6 was played, king came to g7. Interesting approach how to stop the, thinking out of the box, how to stop the d pawn. And he will win this one. Because this is known. You go this, I go king g5, you take, I come d1. You will lose this one. No way to stop. Yeah, the Satora is just winning. Interesting concept, rook h1. Then we have Prague. Prague is suffering. This is the game. Let's switch with the camera. This is the game to follow because it looks grim to him. And of course, white is now choosing how to move on. Okay, g6 is falling. Basically, black is collecting this pawn. But not immediately, because this will allow king g4, f5. So you need to wait for a while. I don't know. Let's say it this way. Wait. Okay, maybe it's just a draw. Maybe it's not possible to break through. If you play like this, I don't take. And when you start moving your king, then I will take. And I will come back to f5. And I'm blocking you. So maybe Prague is not in a danger. He just sits and waits. Okay, so we have that game still in progress. Deak is winning, but he's just coming to d8. Yeah, he will just win that one. Van Forest is winning. Yeah, he will penetrate somehow. Vidit has managed to survive. Now he's just winning piece up. Kamer. Okay, this is not easy to convert. Kamer will have some time. 2 bishops. This will be interesting to follow. So Kamer's game. And Tabatabai is just winning. It will be interesting which will be the final move. Murzin. Okay, complicated game. So let's stick to Abdulsatarov's game. So around here we left, but basically not much to see. We can go back with the camera. While we are waiting for that, any remark?
From the women's section, no. If you meant from YouTube, I think still no. As far as I managed to follow the chat. Yeah, everybody just wondering when Gukesh will be crossing 2800. Of course, guys, we cannot predict this now because we do not know the pairings for tomorrow. So just be patient. It's very likely that it will happen at this tournament, but still, we need to wait.
Yeah.
To be sure for this.
But it's always nice if it happens as some kind of historical moment. Yeah, if you are not aware how Firouzja played these European teams in 21, it was really fantastic performance. It was more than 3,000, and he won against Mehmet Jaro. He won against so many strong players. I don't even recall, but I think his final result was similar like a Gukesh in Olympiad, 8 out of 9. It was really fantastic performance, Bobby Fischer style. We can even check. Yeah, let's check his. I think France in the end, they came. This is the top 3. Yeah, they were second, sharing first. Ukraine was first, but his performance was.
Firouzja was playing board number 1, of course, 3015. Yes, winning against Rager, a draw versus Šarić, Erdos Viktor, Yilmaz Mustafa, Sergisyan, Mr. Vasilis, Jobava.
5 wins in a row, right?
5 wins in a row, and what?
But it was fantastic. For example, players like Rager. At that time, he was 2670. I see, for example, Erdos Viktor. These are the guys who, like, no one was actually targeting them with black pieces. Because if you are black with Rager and Erdos, they lose like with white once in a lifetime. I'm joking, but sort of. And basically no one is trying. They just play something solid, you make a draw, and your teammate pushes with white next to you. But he won against Rager, against Erdos. And I know that everyone was praising that this is really, really hard, because Rager and Erdos, when they are white, they really barely lose. So that was fantastic. Then against Sargsyan with black, which is also, Sargsyan was like a machine in team events, scoring so many great wins for Armenia. I think they took bronze in that event.
Yeah, we can check. And the last.
He was playing first board and his
round.
okay, no, my bad. That was not their best event. Yeah. In last European teams they took a medal, not this one. Yeah, so yeah, that was like fantastic performance. I was not sure that I will see it so soon, and suddenly you have
have a great chance over here.
Yeah, not just here, but in some other events like this Budapest performance by.
No, I meant crossing 2800.
I agree.
Yeah.
Only problem is that this event was played with masks. It was COVID time. He was in studio. Alireza was in my studio sharing that win. Fantastic game. You can find this. It was a Ruxen game. Really like small plus Fischer style, but he was wearing a mask, which was complicating the matters. Okay, so here I think Nordebek is just winning. He had a painful defeat in London against Konstantiuk. So he's taking, I think, now all his games super seriously, because he knows that you can lose against 2500 player, which actually is issue for Prague.
I have an update.
Yes.
We have a draw in Gunay Mamadzada versus Goryachkina, which will, if Salimova loses, we will have 2-2, yeah?
But hang on, maybe my bad. Who was white? Who is white in that game? Salimova is white. So I have wrong colors, or?
Let me just double check it on chess results.
So I have a Vaishali that she's black, she's white. Yes, and you have that Salimova is white. Vaishali is white, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, well,
that's why it will be a draw. And you have it a little bit different?
I do, yeah, let me refresh it for some reason, yeah.
Yeah, so Salimova is black, Vaishali is pushing, and Vaishali is just winning, which would mean that they will level the match.
Yes, okay, so we come in the end to the same conclusion. It will finish 2-2, so this is...
Okay, we have a result here. Prague has made a draw. So his opponent was not...
To see if
there. No, we had camera there, but maybe we can have full screen, but Nordebek is only there. You still here. Okay, let's stay here with the camera because I expect resignation there.
Seems like Adela misplayed it. The evaluation bar suddenly doesn't give her winning chances anymore.
Hang on. I had completely different position.
This one.
Yeah, completely different was. Are you sure that you're having a normal position?
I hope so.
It
I
looks
don't know.
like completely different than mine. It's the same
Yeah,
position?
it's the same. It's the same.
Okay, let's move on to that. Let's get the board. So something happened. So we left around here. We don't have camera there, I think, yeah.
Yeah.
So e3, this was the moment, and then she took h4, and then maybe bishop a6 was missed. But then b7 was played, which basically is the move you want to make.
Yeah, it looks like the most natural one in this position.
Okay, but this is very hard. This is bishop e6 is a very good move. Actually, I made a mistake because I was pushing f2, and then after king f1, only then bishop e6, and then of course king g2 just wins. I see that on the camera that Abdusattorov has won his game. So bishop e6, b7. Engine's claiming the e4 is the only move. Okay, I got it. The point is if you play e4, then bishop d5 is not coming. So you're stopping bishop d5. But b7, f2, king d2, g2. Okay, that was a mess. And it's a mess. Okay, probably still we will have queen against queen and a bishop, so it's
yeah,
not
she burned all of her time basically to, I guess, to get out of this mess.
Let's go full screen with the camera because I see some discussion. It's always nice to check it. So, okay, Ivan took his jacket on, so that means that the match is over, I guess.
Yeah, they won the match. It's
5.5.
completely over, yeah, 5.5 to half.
Sometimes, when it's nice to analyze with like top players, you're getting some info, but it's also tough because you suddenly realize what the guy is calculating. I had this feeling when I was playing against Gashimov. I was IM, maybe 2500, and he was like 2660, but it was obvious that he will become 2700. And it was Benoni. I was better, but I misplayed it, and it was a draw in the end. And we went to Anna, and he asked me, why didn't you take my queen? I even didn't see this. And then he was just throwing a line of like 15 moves, and he has initiative.
Oh, didn't you see this? It was so simple.
Yeah, so I said, okay, no need for analysis.
No more, please.
Yeah, because it was crazy stuff. Yeah, lovely discussion. Fanforesk has won his game.
Vaishali won as well, so the match is 2-2 in the end. Bulmaga still playing, winning her game.
It will be tough for Prague to recover because you lost first round. Second round, you were like on the verge of defeat. Yeah. I'm not sure about this opening. Is this opening right to play it against this type of opponents? I have my opinion. As Vishy said, you were suffering, Rouser suffer.
Rouser suffery as well.
Yeah. Okay, woman section, I see some players on the moving around, so that means that Vaishali has won the game?
Yeah,
okay. Okay, that match is over.
Yep.
Okay, so let's switch with the camera to the last. Any match we have people. Let's find it. If not, we will stick to bird view. Okay, let's stick to this game. So we have Vidic. We can add a board as well. So Vidic is playing with black, and okay, he's okay. Hang on. Why he lost a piece? So it was around here. Ah, yeah, he was dropping the piece. I didn't see this. Okay, he's still winning, but he needs to work a bit. G7 is falling. But okay, when those knights start to jump, for example, like this, and then you go knight c4, knight e3, it will be tough for white to defend. And of course, black is also pawn up in process. Do we have any questions? Now it's part of the commentary where we have some time to
answer something.
Yes.
Yeah. Let me check. Someone checks boxing references.
Yeah? How come?
I don't know, too many messages.
Yeah.
Which is good, of course, we're not complaining. Don't get us wrong. Yeah, not the best start for Prague, we agree. Gukish and Arjun, absolute monsters, of course,
Agree.
with this performance. Some other discussion.
I see that someone is mentioning Kamer. Is he still playing?
He is, yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah.
Okay, there's someone is asking.
He's next
Ah,
to
okay,
you.
he next to you. Sorry, my bad.
Yeah.
Yeah. So let me check what's the problem there. Someone mentioned how do you make progress. Okay, now it's obvious how I make progress. I just push my pawn. But maybe a few moves ago was the case. Because people are following delayed.
Yeah, guys, so we are reading the chat delayed as well, since what you're seeing has passed the studio 15 minutes ago. Of course, because of the anti-cheating measures, so...
Okay, Kamer will win this one. Kamer will win this one quite easily. He will just push a7, and then when you're pawn away from the promotion, there is always a tactical chance, some deflection, and so on and so on.
And their opponents do not seem very happy. Of course, they do realize what's going on over the board, so...
And just a quick reminder, everyday rounds are at 3 p.m.
Yes,
and last round we have earlier round.
Yeah, I think it's at 1 or 2.
Yeah.
Let me check.
You can check.
So that we do not give you misinformation. Playing schedule. It's at 2.
Yeah, an hour
and when
earlier.
we're saying 2 p.m., it's Central European time. So this is the time zone, and which means only 1 hour earlier than the usual. And yeah, today when we said 5 p.m., we meant Central European time. I guess
Yes,
we need to
exactly.
make this clear. I saw some comments in the chat.
Yeah, our current time is now
7:30.
Yeah.
p.m. of course.
Okay, delayed chat, but delayed video 15 minutes, but that's it.
Yeah. Okay, let me check what was going on. It was a draw. It ended as a draw, Adela's game.
That means that, okay, there is still chance for...
The match is still being played, yeah, but...
There is just still chance for Crvena Zvezda to win that match, or... Yeah, they have chances.
Yeah, and Crvena Zvezda means Red Star. Just to give you a proper translation.
Yeah, there is known football club.
Yeah, quite known.
Okay, let's check women's section. We have this game of Toncheva, which might decide the match.
But it's Toncheva, not Serbia.
Yes,
Okay.
it's equal, right? The match is equal, leveled, and white is a pawn up, but yeah, it feels that white cannot win this one. I can sacrifice knight d4, knight b3, and then come with the king as well. So I would say that it will be a draw. Okay, so in women's section, basically we are following only, okay, this game, Burmaga, it's not important for the match, and it seems that she just, hang on. How will she win this one? I'm not sure that she can. Okay, she can. I need to play bishop c7, and now you penetrate. Threatening g3, and when you give check, I come inside and it's over. On this way I have this, yeah. So she wins. Let me see how it happened. Okay, she just went for it and start rolling the pawns. Yeah, she's winning, but you can follow it a bit. So Irina Burmagov is probably winning that one. We mentioned that here Black is pushing and here is a bit unclear, and we have Toncheva probably just making a draw. Which takes us to the men's section or open section where okay, Kemer is now, yeah, just winning, executing this trick I mentioned when the pawn is a move away from the promotion, it just win. We can have that camera full screen, current camera, but just a full screen. So we can see that Kemer will probably just win the game. He realizes knight d7 was played, and okay, he's happy. It was not an easy task in the end, but he now is just.
Even though the team is already winning 4-0, actually the match is already won. But of course, it's always nice when you can get the maximum result. It just feels like domination, especially when it's on 6 boards. Yeah, it's a bit tougher to achieve. But of course, these are grandmasters, but what a class of grandmasters. All of the players we had: Vidit, Kemer, David Navara, David Anton on board number 4, Niels Grandelius board number 5, and Mateusz Bartel on board number 6. So yeah, not many people left in the playing hall, of course, since it's already the end of the round. Most of the games have been finished. Today we did not see an upset such as yesterday in Prague's game, but of course it's hard to get those kind of upsets every single day. It was interesting enough to see it even for once.
Okay, let's have a board, because let's see what Vidit is doing. Stay with this camera and just check the board, what's happening there. So we went around here, rook g7, rook v1, knight c4. Yeah, knights are starting to jump, and there was a famous saying, I think, who said it, maybe not Aronian, but maybe Leko. Peter Leko has said it, that when Vishy Anand starts to jump with his knights, forget it, it's over. Yeah, it's similar here, of course, that's a trick. Yeah, if you take, there is knight e2, but he will just play some king e5 or even knight e3, and then yeah, dead lost position. The pawn is marching. Yeah, tough game for Vidit, but it seems that he's just finishing.
Again.
Yeah. 93 played, the move we expected. Yeah, black is prevailing. That match will ended up in 6-0?
Yeah, if both of them win, 6-0.
It's strange.
It's very
Okay,
late, yeah.
we should take into consideration that some teams were resting in first round their best players, and now they are on.
Vidit wasn't playing.
And when you move all the players one board down, of course, it's a difference. So it's not surprising that we have some matches ending up with 6-0 in the second round when you expect like stronger pairings.
Yeah, but tomorrow we will see even some more interesting matches. The things are heating up. We are...
Okay, let's try to predict. This is what we like to do.
Yeah.
So...
Okay. So maybe we can do it from here, or
just not board pairings, yeah, thanks.
Team pairings. It's easier.
It's not easier because we don't have points.
Yeah.
So let's check the starting list. Just the starting list. Team.
Yeah, of course.
That's it. So how many teams we have? 80. Can you go down? Scroll down, please. Thanks.
84.
84. Let's say first round, half is 40. 20, so now we are close to 10, right?
Yeah.
Let's say that team number, I don't know, 11, 12, for example. Team number 12 in terms of rating. Okay, press it. So, Gelfand, for example, Gelfand on the first board, Rothstein, Sokolovsky, yeah. Okay, still strong, but for I think top teams, they can target last boards.
But this is still a bit more challenging than what we've seen so far.
Yeah, but still I don't expect the top favorites won't win tomorrow. Let's check maybe behind this team. Let's say number 14. Let's say 14. Okay, and number 10, I think number 10 is...
difference. Vugargashimov, Mamedov Rauf, Suleimanli.
Okay, that type of team can be tricky. With Mamedov, Suleimanli, Asadli, Amazah. Okay, that team, but still, it's hard to expect some team surprising results, maybe individual, yes.
Okay.
Yeah, Vidit cruising towards victory. Kamer's opponent is just contemplating, realizing that it's game over. And basically that's it. We have Tabatabai. Okay, what is he doing? He's doing some masterpiece.
Ooh.
Okay. If you take with the rook, h2, and depends when king comes, but it's just it's checkmate or queen c3, king f1, maybe queen h4 is more to the point. So Tabatabai is winning. Not many games left. Okay, here Murzin. Okay, Murzin is still playing. He's long time. We can stay with the board here and the camera with Vidits.
Nikolai could be a very tricky player because he knows, he feels the point to make some kind of mess on the board, so he can be very tricky to play against. He's 2 or 3 years younger than me, a very good friend of mine. Actually, we share the last name, and we ended up in some Macedonian newspaper when we were kids, saying, aha, brother and sister, Dragan and Nikolovsky won the championship, but yeah, we're not related, just good friends. And yeah, he had some nice year. I think last year he played some very good chess. This year, I know that he's tired from the Olympiad, but yeah, still excited to play this tournament.
Okay, this game is a mess. We don't have that game on the camera, right?
Maybe not yet. I don't think so.
Yeah, we might.
Switch, maybe?
Yeah. It might be cool to get it.
So it is match number 5, if I'm not mistaken, yeah.
Okay, we see resignation in Vidit's game. So let's go full screen to the game, to this. Kamer is waiting also for resignation.
Which I'm sure that will happen very soon, since it's the last game in the match. Somehow when you have a teammate playing next to you, you still hope that something might happen. Okay, even though the match was completely lost prior to these 2 games ending. In the meantime, we have another draw in ŠK Javes Modra versus Crvena Zvezda, Jovana Srdanović versus Emma Valterova, which no, it's not a draw, it's a win. So Crvena Zvezda is leading, even though there seemed to be a way to make a draw in this position, but Black just resigned. But still, this leads Crvena Zvezda in the driving seat. Top 3 matches already finished in the women's section. Super Chess waiting for their final 4th point. And yeah, those are the last 2 games in women's section. Irina Bulmaga and Tihana Iveković versus Anna Žurova.
Okay, let's get the board. What's happening in Kamer's game? Hang on. What happened? So we left around here. Knight d7 was played. It looks it's just winning. Knight f8 played. Yes. Okay, but it looks like, so 3 pawns up. Okay, he wanted to go for this knight f4. Yeah, that's why his opponent is playing. He's trying to set up a blockade. So what will happen here? So black will wait, white comes to, let's say, g5, black waits, white starts rolling his king. And basically the concept of black is to defend, to not allow to king to come, but then f5 is coming. Okay, I can take and I can trying to block you, but f5 is coming. And anyway, wherever you come, f5 is now distracting, and then I can come and promote. It's important, of course, that this bishop is a good colored one.
Somebody asked if Offerspiel is playing. No, unfortunately, the last year winners are not defending the title. And we have a question.
Yes.
If you had to bet on a winner in both sections, which teams would you choose?
Oh, I see it's Matthias. Greetings to Matthias, fellow from Germany. Of course, super chess is the first favorite, and whatever besides their win would be a surprise. So in open section they are the favorites when you have like Gukesh, Abdusatorov, Prague, and so on. But yeah, it's still unclear since there are not many rounds, only 7 rounds, like Gukesh has said. Yeah, in the women's section is not so clear.
Yeah, I think
Carlo
it's much tougher question for
yeah,
women.
only 4 boards. It's not easy if you lose one game, like it happens today. It's very hard to win
come back, yeah.
Yeah, and it's possible to gain norms in Club Cup.
Yes, with only 7 rounds.
So yeah, resignation. Now it's obvious that white is just winning. We can go full screen just to see camera we have, but a little bit more closer. Friendly chat. Okay, at the moment it's frozen, but probably due to the internet issues.
Yeah, we hope that it will get back to life shortly before they leave the playing hall.
Okay, so let's go back. Fortunately, it's frozen. Do you immediately think about Madonna's hit, Frozen, with Goran Višnjić?
No.
Yeah, Croatian actor. You know him from... Yeah.
Since you mentioned it.
Yes, I know this. It was a nice TV spot. Frozen was a cool song, and... Okay, we have it again.
Okay, it came back to life.
I'm not sure if it was Frozen, but I think it was the song with Goran Višnjić.
I can check it. I'm interested now.
He was an actor in this, how they call this? What was the series? ER, I think.
Okay, the spot I cannot, the video I cannot check right now.
Yeah, but it's put just Goran Višnjić and Madonna. He was a doctor in this ER, I think. And then in some other movies as well. Power of Goodbye, I see it. Okay, my bad. It was not Frozen. It was The Power of Goodbye. Okay. Frozen is another song. Okay, in the meantime, our camera is not frozen, but camera is leaving. Let's go Bordeaux. Let's check. What do we have?
Probably just a few games left.
Okay, what do you see? Is there any game left in?
We can hardly see anything from the bird view. The podium is empty. All of the other games are empty. Any kind that we can maybe zoom in. We might get some other perspective. Or not, let me just check what are the last games.
Okay, let me have the moves.
Irina Bulmaga finished, so she won. Which...
So, and Toncheva has made a draw, right?
Yes.
Okay, so we have... Okay, let's check that game in women's section. We have Tihana Ivekovic. She's fighting for... no, there is no chance that they will win the match. Or equalize.
She needs to win to equalize the match.
Yeah, but she's sort of suffering here. Okay, black is, of course, better, black can liquidate at some stage, but of course move around a bit, so it's quite obvious that black is pushing. Let's go back to open section. I think that Murzin is now the one playing on top boards. All others are over. Okay, Nikola seems to be turning the tables. It might be. It might be a.
I told you he was a tricky player.
Volodar is
He's very young.
18 years old, or?
I will check. Just give me a second.
You can see them a little bit far away, but still.
2006. That's 18,
Yeah, probably is 18. Yeah. So, and you can check World Juniors. That might be cool. See the rating list, World Juniors. How high is he? I think, okay. Gukesh is, of course, number 1. And then
Abdusatorov, Pragmananda, Keimer, Sindarov, Nihal Sarin. And we have all of them.
Yeah, all of
here,
them here.
yeah.
That's cool. All the best juniors in the world.
Yes, Sadvani.
Missing because he was playing last year for Offerspiel.
Svane.
Magnus team. Svane is not.
Sadvani, I don't know if.
Sadvani is not here. He was playing for Magnus team.
And Biere, I don't think is here.
Biere is here, but I think Svane is not here. You can check by the alphabet. But
so
I
then
think
8 players.
yeah, 8 out of 10.
Great percentage.
And the girls.
And
Juniors?
The girls? Yeah. Let me see where this was. And the girls, we also have the leading girl, Divya.
Yeah, she's
we
here.
We have Bibisara.
She's here.
She's here as well. Lu
is not here, I think.
Is not here. Garifolina is here. Zhoka Gal is here. So 4 out of 5.
Yeah.
Lee Al is not here.
Yeah, others I'm not. I think they're not here, but out of 5 best we have 4, which is good.
Great percentages.
Okay, it seems that he's just winning. What has happened here?
Yeah, let's check.
So black was better, and okay, knight d5 was interesting maneuver, but probably he was regretting later that he took on g4, heading towards some tactics. Okay, he's still better here. What happened? Rook c2, yep. Rook d2 was a bad move. But also it's quite reasonable. Okay, so he allowed bishop c5. So taking on b4 somehow was better. He played rook d2. Bishop c5. I think we can have this game on the camera. Maybe we can check. I think we have 2 angles.
Yeah, right now you can see them, but from far away.
No, unfortunately not. Okay, never mind.
There it is. There should be.
So g5 played, queen e1. Rook g2, king g2, knight b6. Okay, he's dead lost now. So king g3.
Okay, go Nikola.
Yeah, very interesting that he managed to come up with this king g3, I guess. King g3 or king g1, king h2, everything works.
Yeah, suddenly it looks very scary. You also have the open H file. Maybe I could develop something in there. I have the pawn on f5, which maybe I want to take on e6. Maybe I want to play f6. Maybe I want to keep the tension like this. Right?
Yeah, but sometimes it's, of course, white is now just winning, but sometimes it's easier to play this role of lost and then trying to put tricks, and suddenly you are in a different role, and you need to be the one avoiding tricks. You need to be careful.
But Murzin is a clear favorite LOIs, so I guess that's a bit more pressure on you. And now we just have a blitz game till the end, so everything is possible.
Okay, but with this half a minute increment, it's not so hard to get through, but yeah, you're right. Last moments, the game we are following, basically we're following two games only. This game, and we will follow Tihana Ivekovic a bit, but it looks that it's not so important because they already won the match. Clock is ticking.
3 seconds.
Yeah. He took on c5. It's typical when you are really low on time, you suddenly start making moves which are actually not requiring some tough decision. You take the exchange the pieces
And
to
H5
get.
played right away, trying to.
Yeah, to muddy the waters, but it looks that white can just ignore it.
And if you play some knight f4, you just simply take. Is that winning? It shouldn't be that easy. Or you just play some simple chess, maybe some rook.
Okay, queen e4 is a move sometimes you want to make in this type of moments, but then you're pinned after queen h7. So if you go queen e4, queen e7, queen h7 is a bit annoying. So he needs to opt for something else. But also queen a4 is the move you want to make, because after queen a7, if you spot queen e1, you realize that this jump to f4 is just losing nonsense to the losing to queen a. And if takes, just takes, and that's basically it. So this is the way how I would done it.
Okay, 1 minute and 20 seconds. Unfortunate that we cannot see them, those last moments on the camera.
Okay, queen. Yeah, we can have a camera, but it's a bit far away. Never mind.
Yeah, let's
At least,
what we
yeah, exactly.
Far away, but you can see that they still are here, of course.
Yeah. You know, you never know. You know, sometimes someone is watching this commentary maybe at home in some TV, like 200 inches.
Yeah.
Diagonal.
They finished the game. They finished the
Okay,
game.
let's have a full screen. Yeah.
You're
a bit excited for your
very excited
for your fellow, yeah.
Friend of mine. Yeah.
Then I will also say that during Budapest Olympiad I have a beer with him.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I know that guy.
I know this guy. Yeah. Yeah, I'm very happy for him. He sometimes he plays some crazy chess and just starts throwing everything out, and this can definitely confuse the opponent sometimes. Most of the times it's actually not very correct, but you know, for some lower rated guys it works very well since they're afraid of him. And yeah, today it worked versus Volodymyr Murzin.
Yeah, very impressive
happy
result.
for him.
Drinking some water.
Yeah.
Running
Brownie.
to the room, yeah, to get a mobile phone. Greetings.
Yes.
Congratulations. But also, you know, I was also some pro grandmaster. I know how now Murzin is feeling, so I don't like that feeling, you know.
Yeah, of course.
Suddenly you are fighting hard, you want to improve your rating, and you get hit in a winning position, and it's tough feeling. But Vishy has told me, for example, when Gukesh made a blunder against Abdusattorov in Chennai, when they lost this first place, he was squeezing towards the victory, and Abdusattorov has managed to turn the tables, and Gukesh lost the game. And then I sent the message to Vishy, and Vishy said, I know perfectly how he feels. Yeah, and this will happen a few times in career. So I know how he's feeling now, which is, what to do.
So Turkish Airlines with this final result of their final game, they won the match 4.5 to 1.5, which once again I have to say just a few words about Gambit. We've mentioned that we have Romanov on the first board, which is some stronger player coming to help the team. We have Arnaudov, who is the coach, the national coach of ladies in Bulgaria, and he has coached the Macedonian girls quite a few times, some random camps, I would say. And then the rest of the players are young domestic players. So you have Anton Zlatkov, who was in the fight to become the national champion this year, and he lost in the last round. Basically, it was a great performance for him. That's the point where he actually became FM. Then we have Andrei Vilyanovsky, who is also a young player, Nikola Nikolovsky, Ivana Manova, so all young representatives of the country, which is what Gambit is striving for. And in a few years ago, I cannot recall which year it was, I think the European Club Cup was in Greece. I would say, because Alkaloid is always playing for a medal, so in the lineup here you see only one domestic player, and in Gambit's lineup you only see one player who is not with the national flag. So two different approaches, two different strategies. One is always playing for a medal, playing for the, I mean, of course, playing for the medal is what every team wants to do, but this is boosting the youngsters in Macedonia, so this is what is important.
Yeah, I think it's a moment that we start concluding our day. Any remarks, final remarks from the chat? Guys, once again, subscribe to the ECU channel. Write us your comments, your remarks, your questions. Today was a bit, I would say, challenging day, because we had like a really special. For some, I would say, chess experts, he was one of the players who deserved to be a world champion at some stage, or I would say players, the strongest players who haven't became world champions. So, for example, Viktor Korchnoi springs to mind, Paul Keres, then let's say maybe Aronian. Now Caruana is also maybe close, and some, but Vasily is for sure a part of this group.
Yeah, I see some discussions, but no questions in the chat, so I believe that...
Yeah, we can have a full screen of the playing hall, bird view, so that you could see that basically the day is over. So not...
Last stroll all around.
Yeah, everything is empty, so it's time that we conclude our day. Yeah, Dragana, looking forward. Basically, we are coming closer to the half of the tournament.
Yeah, it's incredible, because round number 3 and we're already at half. Yeah, just 7 rounds. It seems very short, but short and sweet. So 7 rounds, much is at stake. 2,800 line bars. We have norms possible over here. Teams who, of course, want to have medals. We have very strong players. You heard in the statistics that we have young and strong players. 8 out of 10 juniors, world juniors. Then 4 out of 5 in the ladies section of under 20 years old. which just proves how strong this tournament.
When you mentioned that it's short, there was a famous saying when Garry Kasparov was asked to predict who will become his challenger and how will be the match against him. And I think Timan was playing against short. And okay, so the comment of Garry was it will be short and it will be short. Yeah, so the tournament is short, and greetings to you guys. Thanks for watching, and see us tomorrow.
Stay tuned.